mic on. Yay, wrong mic. There you go. Turn on this mic and turn off that mic, and that might sound a bit better. There you go. Yeah, a bit late. I was ready about half an hour ago. And I pressed start. And I went, oh, my modem. My modem was still in the back of the house. I hadn't brought my modem down. So I'll bring my modem down so everything works a bit better. And then it took me ages to set that modem up. I didn't think it was working, and then it started working. And of course, I don't know if you can hear it or not, but there's a police helicopter hanging over there. As soon as you put the camera on, it doesn't matter what you do. There's a police chopper. It's not looking for me. It wasn't me. Shut the garage door. Hi, Gash. I'm here in Colorado, fixing to head to bed, and you're going to live stream a brew that I'm going to have to miss. Okay, well, sometimes I leave the live streams up on the main channel. They usually don't. They usually get turned off, and I'm going to use the footage out of it for a brew day video. But the patrons, it'll be live for the patrons forever. But I'm testing a few things to see if I can use the footage from this stream for my videos to save me having to, it doesn't matter, use multiple cameras and things, and yeah. So I can live stream and make YouTube video at the same time, if that makes sense. And I haven't got my glasses on at the moment, so I can't read much. Happy to be sending the kids back to school tomorrow. Yes, the kids are going back to school tomorrow. I should have waited till tomorrow, but anyway. It doesn't matter. I wish that chopper would go away. It's annoying me. Even if you can't hear it, it's annoying me. All right, I'm not going to muck around too much since I'm running late. Yeah, I've milled the grain just before, and the water's hot, but that's about it. So I've got to do the salts and things, which is pretty easy. No worries, Chris. What's the brew? The brew is the Jetty Road IPA. It's for a brewery series video. Won gold medal at the International Beer Awards this year, the Australian International Beer Awards. So it should be a nice brew. The recipe, looking at it, yeah, the grain's a bit different to my Talus, but really, when I'm looking at the methods, it's a bit of a coincidence, because when I brewed that Talus, I was sort of, I was inspired by a Jetty Road beer. And now they've given me the recipe to their IPA, and a funny thing, I look at it, and the way it's hopped is nearly exactly the same. So using different hops, but the method, the way I brewed the Talus is nearly the same method as this. So. But anyway, we'll get it done. Hello, Greta. I got their red IPA too, but the trouble is their red IPAs are seasonal, and I'm not, it might never come back. So I was going to brew that. But then we sort of went, well, what's the, if no one can go and buy it or try it or anything, then we may as well do one people can get. Hello to Brazil and to Colorado, someone said before, but they were going to bed. Might be in bed by now. We're making an IPA. All right, I think we're going. We don't seem to be dropping frames. Although I think the wife's going to be back with lunch soon, but that's all right. We'll measure out the salts while I'm sitting here and yakking. What we've got over there is, there's nothing in there over there yet. Oh, I'm going to fix up that camera. Let me get that in focus before we start. The autofocus for some reason is terrible, so I just have to go in and turn the autofocus off. And we're right then. That looks better, doesn't it? Yes, it's a bit bright, but there'll be something in it soon. West Coast style. It will be West Coast style. Hopefully. Well, I think theirs was... No, theirs is clear, I think. It'll be West Coast style. It's going to have some bitterness. I mean, most of the bitterness is from the Whirlpool, but there is a 60-minute ad. And it's a hot Whirlpool, of course. I haven't met... none of the brewery people I've been to do cold Whirlpools, especially for beers like this anyway. G'day, Jim. I'm not always going to be able to see the chat. I might have to try and make the size a bit bigger. But anyway, I've got to stop mucking around. That's there. And we do have another cam, but it's a bit bigger one there, but it just looks like a bomb's hit it. But the Brewzilla at the back there that you can see the screen on is like, I'm using like a HLT, so there's 55 litres of water in there. I won't use that whole 55 litres, but I'll use 35, but then there's 20 litres left, and with that water, I can use it to heat and naturally sanitize the chiller, like by running hot water through it. And I use it for cleaning at the end as well. And that way, like, I'm not draining to the bottom of the HLT when I use my 35 litres, so I can still see the markings in the kettle, and I'm not trying to pick up the kettle and pour out every last drop. The only thing I've done there is I've treated the water, the 55 litres, with about, I think it was about 0.7 grams of sodium metabisulfate. Because that's about 15 gallons, and there's about 0.44 grams in one Camden tablet. So there's about 1.5 Camden tablets in there worth. If it's 0.22 for 5 gallons, then I put about 6 or 7 grams. About 7 grams I put in, and that's just to get rid of the chlorine and chloramine. But that's it. That's all I've done. So I better pull my finger out, and I'm just going to measure out the salts. They use acidulated malt in the recipe. I can tell you the recipe quickly. It's nearly it's about 4.9 kilo of ale malt and 330 grams of, why does it say Caramunic again? It's not, or maybe it is. Caramunic 1. What is going on? I must keep choosing the wrong, what am I doing? I'm sure I just edited that. I'm having troubles with Brewfather lately. I think I might have this open on another computer somewhere, because it's just, it's not Caramunic 1, it's Munich 1. I go back to it and it's saying Caramunic again. So, and I changed it this morning. I don't know if anyone else has that problem with Brewfather, but it's annoying. I think I must have it open on another computer, and when I go to use the other computer on another screen, it might auto save it again. I don't know, but I'm having troubles with it. Keeps changing things back or overriding my recipes. Why is it doing that? Anyway, hang on. I'll tell you the recipe and get on with the salts, because I've already weighed it out. But I've got to change it because for some reason Brewfather has changed it all again. It's annoying. While I'm liking Brewfather, it's definitely not the gold standard thing everyone keeps saying. It's great, but it's not. It's got a few problems still. All right, it's about 90% ale malt, or Cooper's pale malt they use. 6% Munich 1. They use Gladfield Munich 1. I think I've got Wyman Munich 1, but that's about it. Or it is. They do use Caramunic 2. It's Caramunic 2, but Munich 1. 2% Caramunic 2 and 2% acidulated. You'll see that doesn't quite add up, but oh well, yeah, it doesn't matter. And there's some Warrior at the start, and we're whirlpooling some Mosaic, some Eldorado, and Equinaut. Anyway, so what I was saying is it's got acidulated malt in it. So I'm not having to use any lactic acid, even though it's only a small amount. It's telling me I don't have to. Just got to fix this up. Wyman Munich 1. I did that this morning. Anyway, fixed. And Caramunic 2. That's better. All right, and there's not much salts for where I'm living in Werribee. I can't see the chat at the moment. I'm sorry if people are chatting. It's nearly 6 grams of, it's 5.8 grams, nearly 6 grams of Epsom salts, and I'm going to need these. I found my other pair of old glasses. They're not the ones with the with rubber band holding them together. Not that I can see. I've got some new ones on order. I can't wait because I'm blind as a bat close up. .8. Oh, I'm going to shit myself. Oh, I can't swear I'm on YouTube. And there's kitties around. Sorry. No, Epsom salt is fine to use, and that's what I use all the time. You have to use a hell of a lot for it to become diuretic. I did learn that in my course I'm doing at the moment again lately, but I can't remember the amount you have to use. And I can't see the chat still. And I'm going to have about 2.6 grams of calcium chloride. But if you didn't want to bug around with all this, you'd probably go a teaspoon of Epsom salts and a teaspoon of gypsum, and you'd probably just forget the calcium chloride. Like, if you weren't too fussed, a teaspoon of Epsom salts, teaspoon of gypsum would do you. And you'd probably get pretty close with the pH even at that. Not much difference at all. Right, that'll do. The other one, gypsum, is the big one, which is calcium sulfate, 8.1. I think I'm going for about I think it's about a 50 to 200 ratio. I don't usually quite go the 250 or whatever they have for their IPA. I just go a little bit less. 8.2, that'll do. All right. I can't see if we're still streaming, but I'm guessing we are. I can't see the chat. Oh, I can see the chat now. There we go. G'day. Sorry if I don't answer anyone because there's a lot of chat going on by the looks of it. Cheers. Oh, Al Gore's here too. There's me salt. Oh, there's Sean. We're doing your recipe, Sean. There's Sean. We're doing his recipe. There goes the salts. All right, I got to stop talking because I'm running late. I'll be here all day. You opening up tomorrow, Sean? Oh, I can't sit and chat. I've got to get on with it. All right. Where's the... There we go. Oh, I zoomed in last time. Should I zoom in a bit? I'll see if it'll let me. We're a little bit far out, aren't we? But that way I don't bump. Last time I was bumping my head on the cam all the time. Just see if we can have the cam up a little bit higher. Probably going to be better. No, I don't think that zoom's going to go any further. Oh, that is zoomed in. Seems to stop there for some reason. All right. Not much I can do about it. I wish the police choppers are still here. All right, so it's 20 litres of water I'll start with. I think we're still live. Sounds like my lunch is on. I don't like plugging it in until there's water in there, you know? Just in case. I'm just getting it down to like a litre mark, the 55 litre mark, so I don't have to measure too much. I know what I'm doing. All right, let's go. 20 litres. Make sure everything's in there first. Yeah, I can't see the chat. I think I've said that enough times. $20. I think the HLT is set at about 75, but by the time it gets into here, in the cold unit, we would have lost a couple of degrees, and then by the time I mash in, we're probably, mid to high 60s or something like that. Actually, I don't know. What do you do yours at, Sean? I don't know. I was going to go about 66 or something. Do you have multiple computers open all the time, though, Staz, with different, have it on 2 or 3 computers? I thought that was my issue, but maybe that's not the problem. I don't know. Anyway, I'll set it to about, I'll see where we're at. It has lost a heap of temp going in there. It's actually down to 65 already, so I'm just going to turn the elements on and just heat it up a tiny little bit, get it a bit higher before I put the grain in. Some recirc action happening. A little bit of hot cone from the other day. hop flowers in there. I was messing around with hop flowers. Must have got some in there. Oops, how do I change the window? Just let that heat up for a while. There we go. Bloody hops. I thought I'd cleaned it all up. Yeah, obviously I hadn't. Ugh. Whole hop cones, don't use them. They're a pain in the butt. They end up everywhere. There we go, that's what we need. I just let that heat up a bit. Where's the chat gone? There it is. I know, I wish they'd go away. Every time I put the camera on, cops want to come over. Wasn't me. Very exciting stuff. Trip over it. There we go. We're probably heated up already. There we are. Oh, that should be nice and mixed. I have been having troubles. You must have seen me butt. You're looking at me ass. Looking at me ass. Go, Mark. Much better than I'm still testing. Well, I am. The first time I'm testing the you know, if you've watched the other videos, I've been having a bit of mucking around with my mills, and I've stopped using my good mill, and I've been mucking around with the new. Well, today was the first time I used the new malt seal. I've been mucking around with the old one. So I don't know how it's going to go today. I set it at 1.35 mil, so it should be okay. But yeah, so I'm going to chuck some rice hulls in just in case. It looks okay, but I didn't wet condition. I really like wet conditioning the grain, and I still do it. It just sort of works a bit good for these systems, doesn't it? I don't know if you use wet condition or not, but I know the brewery wouldn't. It's too much hassle probably. But putting the mash tun on the scale to measure the water amounts. Yeah. I don't know how long your scale would last though, Shane. I don't know how long it would last. A pumpkin ale? No, I can't say I've done a pumpkin ale. I kind of did because I brewed a pumpkin ale without pumpkin. I just used the spices, and no one could tell the difference that the pumpkin wasn't there. So, but yeah, look, you can. Yeah, it was at 75 in the HLT, but by the time I lost 10 degrees putting it in the cold little brew cellar, I just had to heat it up another few degrees. All right, stop mucking around. Let's get this in. Still bloody hot lead cones coming out. I knew I'd lost I was mucking around and I'd lost the whole cone the other day. Now I know where it ended up. Right. Just going to turn the temp down now. Throw some rice hulls in. I don't measure rice hulls, I just throw some in. Yeah, because I'm using acidulated acidulated malt today, I'm not putting in any lactic. We'll see how we go with the pH. We should be okay. I don't know. I've been having a little. The same with the last batch. When I put all my grain in, the pH seemed much lower than it usually is in the software. I mean, so I don't know if I've again with Brewfather if I've bumped something or the just doesn't seem to be right at the moment. If you had someone to help you, you'd get them to help you too. Now I need to find my mash paddle, which I don't know where that is. It's around here somewhere. I nearly broke my mash paddle. I had it sort of sitting on a keg or something over there, and I shut the garage door on it. Bent it in half. Probably better anyway, this spoon. Been a bit thick again today. I had an issue with my scales on my last brew. I haven't uploaded the video yet, but I put in an extra kilo of grain. I weighed out a kilo of Munich, and then I must have zeroed the scales or something, and then took the Munich out, and then weighed out my ale malt without fixing the scales back up. So I end up with an extra kilo. That was a thick mash. This could actually go with another litre in here. Might whack just one more. It'd probably be okay, but yeah, it'll throw my salts out a tiny little bit. Nothing to worry about. And there's actually a litre. I mean, not so much as salts. Well, pH. But a litre to that is really not going to do much. That's better. Just wanted that little bit loose. Woohoo! We probably would have done that more. It's not going to hurt. Now that looks pretty good. Right. Where's the big one? Just let that settle for a few minutes. What time is it? You may as well say it's 1:30, is it? Can't see. Just let it settle down before I put the pump on. 5 minutes. Oh, it's Science of Brewing. It's EDX, the Science of Brewing, I think it's called. It's pretty heavy. I can't see. I haven't got my glasses on. I can't. It's pretty heavy, but it's funny. Yesterday, I had a a memory thing come up on Facebook that it was 11 years ago yesterday that I was at doing my my last advanced brewing course. That was 11 years ago. So I thought it was time to update. I'd sort of done half of one probably 5 years ago. I just got a bit bored. I think that's right. Our second child come along, and yeah, I just couldn't be bothered studying for it anymore. That was the GBC. I was doing that, and then yeah, the other kid came along, and it all sort of went out the window. But I started this one a month or two ago. It's pretty heavy stuff. It's not for the faint-hearted. It goes down to the molecular level of everything. You know what I mean? Of the hops and the yeast and the water and the. It's not a muck and round one. But you can do most of it for free. Same as the GBC. You can do most of it for free. How long has that been? I need a clock in here. I can't see anything. It's only been 2 minutes or something. G'day, Vince. How you going? Vince lives around the corner. Well, up the road and around the corner. The sensory one. Oh, I'm not sure that one. There's that many opening up now. Most of them are actually in a state. There's a heap in like Brisbane. Like there used to be none. There used to only be like Melbourne, Ballarat University. Oh, and they had it at TAFE, at Melbourne TAFE, at some of the TAFE colleges for a while. I think it was out at Epping or somewhere like that. And I looked into doing one, so it must have been 11, 12 years ago. And the guy that was doing the TAFE courses had stopped doing them, and he'd start doing them privately, and that's Vince Costanzo. So I went and did his first ever course, and that went for about, I don't know, 10 or 12 weeks. Um, but he's still doing them now. He's a brewery consultant, but they're very different now. They're more for people wanting to start a craft brewery, and they're sort of more focused, and they're a lot more expensive now. They're several grand each. They're still good, but it was only $400 or $500 when I did it. Now it's about $4,000, like for the long course, and I think they do it in about 4 days instead of over 12 weeks. We did it, um, I don't know, about 6 or 8. It was only sort of 1 day a week, but we did, a heap in the sort of classroom, and then we brewed, um, and then we kegged them, but we sort of did the whole lot, you know what I mean, and then came back for the tasting, so you had time to do all that in that 12 weeks or whatever it was. But that's tomorrow, Vince. You can drop one off tomorrow, I think. I'm not allowed to let you in the house, but you can. Won't be ready tomorrow, but yeah, I think we're allowed to. The kids get back to school tomorrow. Yay! It's an IPA. Yeah, IPA. So I'm sort of reading back in the chat. So thanks, Stas. Stas is jumping in and answering the. Can I make him a mod? I don't know how you do that. Can I? Hang on, what does that say? Probably end up banning him accidentally. Add moderator. Oh, there you go, Stas. You can be a moderator. I don't know what that does, but there you go. You're probably busy. Are you at work, Stas? Oh, you better not answer that question live. Yeah, been there, Shane. Been there. It'll be right. It's horrible. Yeah, you're right, Leo. That's all I started on. I've got some. I bought books in the '80s. I know they were bad books. I've still got them. I've still got all my early brewing books, but there wasn't much. It was just like um, nothing had names. Like, you know what I mean? And it was just yeast, and it was just grain, and it was either just sugar. Like, you know what I mean? And even hops. If you actually found a book that had hops in it, it would just say hops. It wouldn't say, you'd never had anything that was. The time is 1:35 p.m. and that means I can go and just turn the pump on and see how we're going. Probably good I put that later in. It's looking just about right. How much grain is it? How much grain was it? It was about 5 kilo and about 5.5 kilo. What was that mean? Something turned off or turned on. Is it my camera? Oh, that one's working. Oh, that looks good. I'm never going to bother staring at it. Turn it back to, I don't know, third or something. Start. So there we go. You turn it up as you get further on. But just at the start, you're better off starting slow. And we'll just give that another 5 and see how it goes. G'day, Gash. Yeah, look, I'm. I look. I am going to do some more extract, and I'm silly. I haven't done it the last couple of weeks, even though I've been busy because they don't take that long, you know. But I have got. I've got bought tins and everything to do it. I just haven't. Yeah, I've just got to pull my finger out and do it. Now, with the difference between the all rounder and the conical in terms of the way I use it isn't any different really, because I don't use. Very rarely I take the jar off the bottom of the Firmzilla. I just don't find the need to do it. But I do to clean it. I've got to put it together soon. It's in bits behind me over there. I cleaned it yesterday. But, you know, everything just happens through the top. So it's exactly the same for the all-rounder. There's no difference. You've got the exact same top, all the same stuff at the top. So I need to make that text bigger. How is it going to work? There we go. Now I can see it without mucking around. Oh, sort of. It's taking up more of the screen. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. G'day, Anna. Arnold. Partial grain, all right. I should make another NIPA one because that's pretty. A lot of people are even doing that for their like first recipe or second recipe, and it's like it's a pretty hard. Like, you know, that's a unless you got bigger pots and that. Even I was sort of struggling on the stove. You can see there was a big like you wouldn't be able to do the same, but you can do very similar with sort of half of the amount of grain. What happened to the Pega? I just haven't had time to try and set it up. It's just there. It's still in the box. I put it back in the box and it's still there. It's been a bit chaotic. Like, yeah, this shed is full of stuff. I got all this stuff to sell, and half of my shed's full of stuff I need to sell, and we keep going into lockdown. And like, I wait a week or two, I go, all right, I'll get all that stuff ready. I'll sell it now, and then we go into lockdown. It's like, I'm not going to sell it while no one can come and get it. You know, it's not posting stuff. So, but Arthur, all right. G'day, Slopey Dave. Yeah, and that's true what Charlie says too. It's hard. But I'm going to try. I mean, I'm going to try and do one for this brew. I'm going to try and do most of the brewery series in extract versions. I've said that before, but I am going. I've bought a couple of tins, and I'm going to give it a go. Look, between Brewzilla and Guten, there's not much difference. I think Guten have fixed a lot of the problems I had at the start, which was only really the mash pot, but I'm pretty sure they fixed it after my video. What's the 80 centimeter, 40 centimeter? I don't know what you're talking about. But there's whatever one you can get a good deal on. There's certain things I don't know if they've changed the lid of the Guten. The lid of the Guten used to annoy me. They might have changed it by now. I haven't looked, but they used to have a stiff recirc arm, and it used to go into the hole of a lid, and you sort of had to undo it all to take the lid off. Whereas, well, I've put the flexi arm on this one anyway. But with the Brewzilla, you didn't have to do that, and that was, to me, that was a real pain having to do that. But these are little things, man. These are little things. G'day, Lamo. A Jedi Juice Brew Day at Hop Nation. I've done the Jedi Brew. I've got the recipe, but they're sort of not near me anymore. How do you get rid of the twang? Yeah, fresh, 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 fresh. Don't use old stuff. Use good yeast. And use a shitload of hops. I like beefer. Cover everything with hops. Become someone that likes hops. And then you can cover the twang. Yeah, I mean, I've got to go. I'm going to stay over that side of the city soon to go to Jetty Road. I'm going to stay over there the night and go and see Jetty Road again. But so I might be able to, do something at that stage. But we went into lockdown again, so I've been sort of stuck. But it will be very shortly. But before, probably I'm going to try and do it before the official video for this one comes out. So, but look, whatever you can get cheap, man. If you can get a second hand Brewzilla or Robo Brew or whatever, or Guten or Grainfather, or if you can afford it, get the Bromeister. Get a Bromeister. They're awesome. But they're big bickies. No, I haven't been to the Deeds. They were the same thing. They were open for a couple of weeks and then we got into lockdown. So hopefully they'll open. You'll get out there. They look pretty fancy, the food there. But yeah, I've been meaning to meet a mate out there. Come stay at the Valley View. Oh yeah, well that too. I could. There you going. Port Macquarie. I wish I was up there at the moment. Yeah, not too bad. What am I doing? I got to watch the time. I end up yakking, and I think that's good enough. I can get a. Let's see the time. Is that 41 or 44? Where's my phone? 44. All right, I can probably take a pH reading now. Just see how we're going. What I've done that's really bad, really bad, is I haven't been checking the flow. I've been yakking. For that, I should have been checking how that flow was going every 5 minutes. It's at the start. But it doesn't look too bad. I've come up a bit. No, that was alright. Probably could have left it. Didn't have to touch it. As you're clearing up already. Not used to that extra litre I put in, I think. So I thought it was up a bit. I'm going to put that in the freezer. Oh. You can log into the Telstra. All right, 15 minutes and that'll be cold. Timer. Oh, 15:30. That doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, the brewery comes with. I mean, it doesn't come with, but it comes with a It's just a 1/2 inch screw thing. So it can fit on whatever fitting you need. Yeah, as Stas said. It probably is in one of my video description things. Hang on a sec. Oh, I'll turn the sound off. Flexi arm. Oh yeah, the 40 and the 80. That's what he was talking about before. Sorry, I missed that. Let's copy link address. There's the. Oops. I don't think that's the link. But it is in the description of the video. If you go in the description of the video, how many years have you been making beer? I've been making beer for what's the year now? Since about 1988. So 88 or 89 I started, so about 32 years or something. Way too long. 1888. 1988. What did I say? 1988. But if it's called FlexiArm in the description, or hang on, I'll get you the. They just seem to be really long for some reason. Oh, not if I do that. Sometimes I'm not thinking. Copy text, not copy link, and then it won't be so big. What's the brew day? Where are we? Live streaming. No? There we go. Got the wrong camera for twice. Happens. Happens. Where are we? Trying to eat me lunch. Trying to sneakily eat me lunch. I know I've said it a few times. The things you got to remember with those clamps, I don't really like them to be honest, but they don't have swivel. They're not meant for like turning. These what do you call them? They're not meant for turning. So if you turn them when they're shut, they can actually open by themselves, or at least get loose. I'm not going to do it now, but so you just got to watch that because I've done it myself and I've seen other people do it as well. Have a stout for lunch. Oh, junk food. The missus went and got the kids junk food today for some reason. Oh, yeah, sorry about the firm cup. Lee, you can either get it at Grain and Grape, or I can give you an eBay link. Hang on. Um, or there was a chemical place I used to get it at called Ampros, ANPROS, that sell bulk wine stuff for winemaking, and they sell like yeast nutrient and but that's not called firm cap, it's called anti foam or something like that. And they used to be a lot cheaper, but postage just sort of got up these days. But it is worth its weight in gold. I mean, I see all these people with their overflowing fermenters and that. I've never had that problem, and I don't actually even put it in the fermenter. I think some might carry over from the boil, unless I don't know. I'm just doing things different to other people. Why isn't that working? Oh, it should be there. Hang on a second. Sign in with your fingerprint. How am I going to sign in with my fingerprint on my computer? Go away. All right, now we'll try this again. Oops. Sure. No. Copy. There we go. You can. I take it easy, Stitch. Sweet dreams, mate. Hope I feature in them. And there's a link for them on eBay. A mash efficiency of around 80 usually, 81. Sort of somewhere between 72 and 76 like brew house efficiency, I guess. What I'll say though is that those sort of numbers don't mean much, when you're talking from 70% to 76%, it's the minimal. Has anyone used the Optimash or Voice Go Buster from? Never heard of them, sorry. Oh, it's no, it sounds like it's an enzyme. So I've never had to add them only for like brute IPAs and stuff. Probably not needed in home brew. Journalists get a bit ahead of themselves sometimes, I think. Good guys, but they I think a lot of people try and take stuff that you do in a professional brew to home brew level, and it's not needed. With the pH meter, Darren. Darren, I know that sounds silly, but I mean, you can ask your local water supplier to give you an average. But yeah, buy a pH meter. Now, what I'll say is about there's two things. What will well, you don't have to pay for it, Brendan. You can just plug the hole, or just I never use the overflow. It's probably handy if you're the sort of person that walks away from your brew. But yeah, I stay with mine. So except for now, I should be using it when I'm talking all the time. But anyway, now I'll just do a quick talk about those enzymes. See what you can do in a brewery is you can overshoot your numbers, and it's sometimes good to do it because you can always hit your numbers that way, and you can water your beer down. So if you're using those enzymes to extract everything possibly out of your grain, and I guess you can still adjust your own recipes. But if you're using enzymes and everything's just going to be stripped back, and you've only got in the systems like this, your boil kettles or most even 3V systems, depending on how big your boil kettle is, you don't have the luxury that some big breweries do, where you can keep sparging for longer and fill up your brew kettle with 100 litres extra to hit your numbers correctly. You can overshoot or you can water down. You've got all this extra space in your brew kettle. If I was to try and do that in this Robo brew here, I've got no space. I fill it up when I start the boil. So, I mean, you can adjust it. You'd have to adjust all the recipes if you were adding enzymes every time to your mash. But, I mean, I don't think it's a thing that you need. I think you're talking about probably saving yourself, 50 cents or 20 cents or something. Well, that's it, yeah. Anything that's been malted correctly. If you're buying from one of the, four or five or six, or well, there's probably a lot more now, major malt companies, then you've got no worries. Yeah, it's all going to be there, unless you're using some weird ingredients all the time. Large amounts of something, then you might think about it. But if you're just using ale malt or even pilsner malt these days, or whatever you want to call it, from like Gladfield or Wyman or Brees or whoever, then there's no need for it at all. It's all different. Lots of things change when you're in a big brewery and you're doing things for money, right? Lots of things change. How much Camden would you add to a 65 litre brew day, and can you get away with adding it all to the mash and not to the HLT? Well, Camden is, I think, what do they say? They say about half a Camden to about five or 6 gallons. So I added the equivalent of 1.5 to my 15 gallons, which is 50, close enough to 55 litres. But I use sodium metabisulfate, so I use about, which, and there's 0.44 gram in a Camden tablet, so I used about 0.6 to 0.7 grams I put in for my 55 litres. So yeah, if I'd been using Camdens, I probably would have used, you could probably get away with one, but 1.5 is not going to hurt. 1.5 Camdens in 15 gallons. Oh, it's close, Stas. It's close. Cheers, Honic. Now, oh, yeah, now you're talking about the hash of the. I add mine to the HLT because I just treat the whole lot of water. I just added an extra litre to that mash then, and if I hadn't have treated the HLT, there'd still be chlorine and chloramines in that water I added to the mash. Um, how you going, Jamie? So, what's the 1.4? Sorry, Stas, what were you talking about the 1.2? No, I wouldn't. I'd be treating the chlorine before brewing with it. It's not something I'd add at the end. Salts, I could. Like if you're happy with your pH, and you can add your salts you needed for some flavouring at the end, but I'd treat your water for mash before you use it. No, per 10 litres. No, per 10. No, it's point 0.44 is a Camden tablet, and a Camden tablet will do about uh, 5 or 6 gallons. It's usually recommended. Oh, there's I've got to go get my thing out of the freezer. So for my stop for my so you look at it at 0.22 per 5 gallons. 0.22. So for my 15 gallons, which is 55 litres, I used 0.7. There's only one kind of IPA, J man. There's only one kind of IPA. It's a west. It's a West Coast IPA. I shouldn't say just. It's a West Coast. I put, yeah. Well, you wouldn't need much to do that to help try and help the oxygen in the transfer. Yeah, I gotta go get this thing out the freezer. We'll talk. I sort of don't care how much sodium metabisulfite, to an extent, yeah, I put into my keg when I'm doing that transfer because most of it, 99% of it, gets flushed out. And it's only left for that tiny little bit in the bottom of the keg. So I think I don't even measure it for the keg. I sort of put about, I don't know, it's about a third of a teaspoon or something. Oh, I've been meaning to contact you, Peter, too. Bloody hell. I forgot all about it. Forgot all about it. Yeah, one Camden for your brew water, like, yeah. If I'd been, if as I said, that's the 65 litres full up with water when I do it. So I put the equivalent of about 1.5 in, but one would probably do it. You don't need much. All right, where's my meter? I'm still using this one. My old one, I couldn't get a replacement probe for it, so I got one of these, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's been working well. I say that. I shouldn't say that before I use it today. Where's my water for rinsing it? Randy's on there. My my goon of water. Goonie. Things off the bench. I meant to, Peter, too. I think when we went into lockdown, I just, every time it happens for about a week or two, I just turn into a zombie. Depression, and I don't want to do anything or talk to anybody or do it. Drink too much. Takes me a week or two to get over it. Alright. See what we've got here. As I said, I think Brewfather's been giving me a bit of a, what did last brew. My numbers were way up now. There's no reason for it. See how we go today. Look, I do have a water filter, but the main thing for me at the moment, when the kids go back to school, it won't be so bad. But the main thing for me at the moment is the time. Like, it takes me a day to filter enough, at least a day to filter enough water for one batch. So yeah, it's just time consuming. And it's the sort of thing, because you have to have the water, or because I've got an RO filter, I have to have the water at full pressure, because you need it at least 10 to 15 psi for an RO filter to even work. I set it up outside the driveway just in case the hose comes off. I don't want it in the garage. If I had my own setup at home, you know, I'd hard plumb it and I'd do it all proper, but everything's sort of, because we're renting and that, everything's on hoses here. Well, the RO's worth it if you're going to use it. We've got pretty good water in Australia. Like, it's pretty low. It depends where you live, of course. But down here, unless I'm doing like a traditional full-on Pilsner, you probably don't really need to use it. I mean, I could probably get away with just even doing half a batch, you know what I mean? Like, half a batch of RO and a bit of tap water. G'day, Nick. How you going? Yeah, I'm in Melbourne at the moment, yes. You got to watch that water, though, sometimes, Jacob. Sometimes they can be full of bloody... The one up... I thought, oh, we were up at the springs up here. Is it Hepburn Springs? Or whatever it is, near Dalesford, or maybe Dalesford Springs. And I thought, oh, I'll get some of their spring water and use it to brew with. And I tasted it. And all you could taste was like it was way too full of calcium or whatever it was full of. But you could taste it in the water. You'd have to filter it. So we haven't gone down as far as I thought. I was aiming for, see, for some reason, Brewfather. I don't know what I've done, unless I've bumped a water setting somewhere or done something. I was getting spot on there for a while. Oh, I'm only 0.2 out. I'm 5.4, so I should not be complaining. 5.4 is virtually perfect. Anywhere between like 5.2 and 5.6. Yeah, I can't get to Kegland for it's too far. They used to have it at the servo down here, but they got rid of it. Yeah, Kegland's miles away. I mean, it'd be a good excuse to go there. I've only been there once or twice. Don't blame the tools. Actually, I haven't calibrated this for a long time. And this is the first time I've used acidulated malt and not used lactic for probably over a year. So that could need some adjusting too. Well, we're 5.39. That's all right. I can't complain. Can't complain. Actually, Vince lives around the corner. And he said he was having troubles with pH the last batch or two too. And we were wondering if the water just went a bit funny for a little while. We are close to the shitter plant. The sewage water treatment plant's only up round the corner. Doesn't take much for something to Yeah, set it on 5.39. Where is that? Again, you're not supposed to touch the probe. You're supposed to touch the water on the probe, but give it a rinse. I don't often leave these full videos up. I might today, but if you message me, I can send you the link for it. It's usually only left up for the patrons, and I'll edit it and put a brew day video up about it. But the goon bag's water. Yeah, it's just water. And as I said last time, actually, I'm so cheap that I only bought one goon bag, and then I filter my own water out of me RO, and then refill the goon bag up. It's a bit cheap, isn't it? Anyway. How long have we been? I haven't even been looking. This is terrible. You should always keep your eye on the mash. You shouldn't do what I've been doing and talking and not checking it all the time. I'll go and pour this back here. Oops. Hang on. Looking good. You wouldn't need to stir. I'd just leave that. But no, it's all going well. I could probably turn up that flow a bit, but there's no real need to. To tell you the truth, the mash is probably finished by now. How long has it been? Probably well and truly finished by now. Oh yeah, it's been 45 minutes. That'll be done, but I'll leave it the full hour. I'm only doing a single step today. But I'll do a mash out probably, but probably no real need for that even on this recipe. Yeah, it was a pH test. No, it wasn't my colour. It was the end of my coffee. Oh, why waste it? I could have drank it, I suppose, but that first, that's the first bit. It's goodness. It's got to stay there. There's nothing worse, like if something goes wrong and you accidentally spill like a litre of that first runnings, it buggers your numbers up, that's for sure. Gold, the first runnings. Gold, I say. Yeah, I'll do that later. No, it's too early. I don't drink now to the boil. Been there, done that. I stopped doing that a long time ago. Although we will have a big brew day here one day, and I might have a beer. Someone else can take over and finish the job. Come out the way. Doesn't really help, does it? Mike? Oh, I'm going to get the rest of my lunch. Really? Might just get rid of the lid now, so it's still not going to be very exciting to look at. I've turned it up a bit. We'll just see how it goes. Never done anyway, as I said. Take it easy, Nick. Sorry if I missed you. I am working. This is my work. If I didn't live stream, I'd be sitting here with my pants off, playing video games or something. I'll be out of my grand 36 earlier, Sister Brazilla. Yeah, it's expensive, aren't they? No more. I mean, they're good, but you know, I'd love a Brewmeister, but that's not going to happen. Just eat me lunch. This is the Jedi Road, the Jetty Road IPA. No, I reckon you're right, Staz. Just a bit cheaper, eh? It looks like they're getting some good fermenters in too. There's going to be quite a fermenter war coming. So I think Cheeky Peak will have some. Kegland will have some. You got the new Brewmeister ones. Been out for a little while. They're all coming out. It's bolted to the bottom. There's a bar that comes up from the top, and there's an arm that bolts the malt pipe down. Yeah, and it pumps up through the bottom. So I don't know what would happen if you got a stuck mash. It might explode. Yeah, you can do that. DB. I was actually thinking of pulling out the old. I've still got the Robo Brew 1 sitting there, and that's got no pump or anything, and doing like a side by side, the Robo Brew 1 and the Robo Brew 3, and see how it goes. Yeah, but it works, Cure. G'day, Shark. They shoot jets up through the... The only thing that I could see people being upset about, because people got upset with the boil of the of these systems, you know, all of them, the gluten, the Brewzillas, they've got, some people get upset that they don't boil enough for some reason. And technically, it doesn't matter. You know, it only has to be sort of turning over. But some of the Bromeisters just, you'll be waiting for 20 years for them to come to the boil like that. Most of them just don't. Some do. One bloke starts if we leave the lid on. Don't put firm cap in. But a lot of them they only just boil from was it the 2,000 litre one or whatever they have at Grain Grape or whatever that is? That barely boils. And then the 10 litre, I've seen the 10 litre one where we had to put a boil stick in there. My favourite fermenter. Look, I don't really care too much. I don't think it'd be really hard for me to go away from doing pressure transfers because I used to hate carrying ferment. Like if I haven't got a pressure transfer, I have to carry the fermenter around, get it out of the fridge. My fridge isn't big enough to and carry it inside or bring it over here, which I really hate. So I really like having at least the option, even if it's a really small pressure transfer, to do that. That's changed my life. Plus the freshness of the beer. So I really like that enclosed transfer thing. But as far as look, I mostly still use my Firmzilla, my original one. But I'll turn the camera off. Not really sponge. Well, I mean, the difference it's going to make in a boil, yeah, in extreme cases, if you're talking, yeah, like exaggerated wise, but like when it comes down to it, you don't lose. It's not that different. It's got to get to 100 degrees. Like water doesn't get over 100 degrees. You know what I mean? Much over. Like it turns into steam. I mean, if it was raging and you know, you had a super jet underneath it and it was really raging boiling, then yeah, you'd probably boil off a ton lot more. But and the caramelization, yeah. Like a lot of people don't like the Firmzillas. They have troubles. I've still got my same old ones, man. I did change the bulb on one because it was just because I just throw them around the brewery. They get a bit scratched up, so I changed the bulb on one. But all the hardware is still the same. Oh, I broke one of the bottom vessels, but that was because I used something stupid. I was cleaning it in the kitchen for some reason, and the missus had her nail polish remover on it, and I thought, oh, I'll put that on there, and that nail polish remover made the plastic go really, like it was virtually instant. It just turned it like really brittle, and then I went to use it and it just broke. That's the only one. Other than that, it's the same old ones, same old stuff. But I don't, as I said, most of the time I don't even remove the bottom thing. I leave it in there, but it's the conical shape. I get why people love the all-rounder because they don't have to mess around with any of that bottom stuff. But that conical shape saves me beer. With the all-rounder, you get wide really, really fast. So by the time you got your yeast cake down the bottom and, you know, a litre or two left of gunky stuff, you're at full width. So if you've got a lot of hops in there or something, it's easy to leave behind five litres without even thinking about it. It's probably, you know, that far. But as far as when you're in a conical, if all that bit's down the bottom, you know, it's less and less. You know, a litre ends up being that far. So, I mean, that's a small thing. I've never liked SS Brewtech has been on my thing, but I've never liked the ones I could afford. I didn't think the ones, the conical one that didn't actually have a, it was sort of, well, it didn't have a drain at the bottom of the conical, which I thought was a bit strange. But then again, I used the Firmzilla, which doesn't too. But it was so sort of small, it just didn't make sense to me. And then the next ones up were so over-engineered, I always went, well, they're just over-engineered. No wonder they're expensive. But I've got one on the horizon anyway. I do have one on the horizon. The trouble is now, what do I go for? I can't believe the missus bought him Macca's today. Ugh, it's bloody horrible. So much for the diet. It's just like eating mush. Kids. That would have been the kids. Oh, it's your last day of home quarantine. You can have whatever you want. Macca's. Ugh. If I was still just using a fermenter, the old I don't even know what brand it was. Was it Mangrove Jacks? That one. All covered in sticky tape. I must say I haven't used it. It's dusty as. I haven't used it for a long time. But the extract brews are doing that. The only thing that was a bit funny was the tap. But I got over that. I bought a stainless tap to swap it, and then I never ended up swapping it. Not a happy man, but they're good. And I like that there's no seams in them. They're just in the... I did do an unboxing video of this, and it never made it up onto the video. Never made it up onto my... But they're just nice and clean. Well, at least it's clean on the inside. No joins, except for, of course, where the tap comes out. But I did enjoy using that. But all the other times was just the old plastic screw-up fermenters. The ones that they don't seem to have in America, which is just bizarre. I think it's that fear of plastic thing. The old barrels. Look, and unless you're really, really broke, don't get the Bunnings ones. They work, but then again, they're more expensive normally than the other ones. Well, the cubes are. But I did have one of the, I think this is finished, this mash, isn't it? No, it is finished now. In California. They're very cold. And I did have I'd lined up, I think I told this in the last live stream, I'd lined up to buy the SS Brewtech one, but the pressurizable one, the Unitank, which is like the third one up or something. But it's about $1,000 Australian, which is a ton lot of money. But that was the one I was going to, yeah. I was going to ask for it, I've told you, and ask for a deal on it because I'll be doing a video about it, so someone's going to benefit. But then since then, the shop that I asked wanted me to use the Brewmeister one, but I didn't like the Brewmeister one much, because one is not pressurizable, and it's got the jacket, so you sort of needed a glycol. But then I got my hands on a glycol. It's just, we keep going into lockdown and things just don't happen. So, and then, yeah, I know that there's, Kegland and Cheeky Peaks have got new ones coming out too. So it's sort of, what do I do? Do I just go and grab the SS, grab the Brewmeister, or grab Want to wait for one of the new ones. What hops are you using for this batch of IPA and what's timings? It is Equinox or Equinox or whatever it is. Equinox. um, no, I haven't even seen Amble. I've seen Amble in the magazines, but I haven't seen them on for sale over here. They possibly are. There's not much gets over here, Shark. Although someone's going to start distributing um, Blickman stuff over here soon, a bit more. But yeah, that's the thing. It's cleaning, isn't it? Hops is Mosaic, the Equinox. Forget what it is. Excuse me. And there's one other. What's the other one? And El Dorado. El Dorado. I forgot this is live. I should stop singing. Was that singing? Yeah, yeah. It's a bit far away, Shark. I know they go through more beer or whatever, but that's about all I know. And it's all virtually all in the hot. It's all in the whirlpool, the hot whirlpool. Not an 80-degree one. If you keep dropping your whirlpools to 80 degrees, these beers won't work. Stop doing it. It's a hot whirlpool. Anyway, I'm going to at least put it on to mash out. If I'm just sitting here, it's been an hour now. I haven't been checking to see if it overflowed after I turned it up. Nice and clear. I don't know if you can probably see that, but it is nice and clear. Looks good. Smells good. Put it up in the mash out just for fun. There's probably no real need to it on this beer. It's not really like we're trying to keep the body in it or anything. I probably could have mashed it a bit lower, to be honest, but it's okay. Try and keep an eye on it. Someone tell me if it's overflowing. Take it easy, Staz. Yeah, Jake. Someone else can be a who wants to be. Doesn't really matter. I don't think we're going to need it. Cloppy. No, that'll do. First ones I saw. Where did I see? I'll put it in here. That's in the middle of the night over there, but I'll whack it in anyway. Probably get reported putting it in my own group. Let me about to choke. Where do I turn? That's better. I thought I was dying. For those that just turned up, it is we're going into mash out for the fun of it. All right, where are we? Keep losing the chat. There we are. Ah, they are. As I said, oh, sorry, what is it? Thinking of doing that triple decoction once it gets warmer. Oh, yeah, why not? They're a lot of work. One of my mates bloody did one, just a single decoction, I think, the other day, and he just hated all the work. He said it was a lot of work, and he might not do it again. Who's been in to see mountain cultures? I want to see how mountain culture do their. Apparently, they've got a setup where they can do decoction mashing on a commercial level, which is, well, I don't know how big their brewery is, but I'm guessing it's fairly large. Those milk crates used to be our furniture. And then every time we move, they get filled up with stuff and help us move, and then they end up in the garage. I don't know. Do they still use milk crates? I guess they still do. Yeah, every time one of my mates organises a trip to go there, something happens. Yeah, they did have some good beers there. Oh, that was a funny story, though. I think I told this story last brew day too. I apologise if I did. But I was at let me just cough for a sec. I was going to the toilet. Very exciting. But I was at Gab's and I was going to the toilet, or coming out of the toilet. And this guy goes, "Oh, Gash, Gash." I went, "Yeah." I didn't have a clue who he was. He goes, "Oh, I watch, I've seen your videos and that." He goes, "You might even be watching today." And he goes, don't mean to offend him, I'm not offending him. He goes, "I work for Mountain Culture. Come over and have some beers, when in a minute when I get back." And I went, "Oh, awesome. I'll be straight there." And so I went back to the stand, and they had a few of their usual beers and a few special ones. And he comes over, he goes, I go, "What do you got? What do you got, man? What's new?" And he goes, "Oh, here, try this." And it was what was it? A Kolsch, I think it was. It was a Kolsch or a Helles. I think that was a Kolsch. It was a Kolsch. And I went, "Oh, thanks." And it was a nice beer, don't get me wrong, but when you think of mountain culture, you don't go thinking Kolsch or lagers, do you? Oh, what about that one over there? Nice blokes though, and the beer's good, and the Kolsch was nice too. And we'll get there. And he said to come and, although yeah, he was. Well, I don't know if he's one of the brewers, but he's one of the workers there, and said to go down there and he'll show me around and stuff. A hef. It was a hef, was it? Yeah, hef. That might have been what it was. Ruining my own story. And the other, that was the other thing. I had two kegs of hef here from my experiment. I was so over hef. That's what it was. A hef. I knew it was. I had a Kolsch and a hef here for a while, didn't I? But it was the hef. Vince was there next to me. Oh, hef. Uh, still trying to get. They're finished now, thank God. But it took me a while to get through that second keg of hef. It was a bit much for me, two kegs in a row. Although I got through half of each and then I mixed them together. And it just never seemed never ending. Vince was one of those other guys that was going to go there, I think, and they had to skip it when, well, I don't know, some went into lockdown or nearly into lockdown or something. Can't remember. That sounds like the elements have gone off, so it sounds like we're got to mash out temp, so I'll just leave it for a couple of minutes. It's not really that important for this beer, as I keep saying. So it will help get me to boil quicker in the end, I guess. That's right, the floods. Knew something stuffed you up. Oh, there goes the elements back on. Mustn't be quite at temp yet. Long brew. I don't remember the beer. Remember someone calling themselves Long Brew? Who was that? I can look into it. Long Brew. Salsa Brew Day. You had to mention that, didn't you? Of course, I tried the salsa. eBay clearance Han Long Brew Lager. Is that the one you mean? Oh, it's a glass. Han Long Brew Lager. It must be. That's the one you mean. I don't remember that beer. Is that Tasmania? I don't know, is Tasmanian or something? Or wait, no, Han's not bloody. I don't know. Was that you, Oscar? Oh, look, cold sparge. It's not forbidden. South Island. I don't remember seeing it. You can cold sparge. Um, I mean, you're not going to probably have much sparge anyway. I never. Oh no, you still sparge with about 20 litres, don't you? 25 litres sometimes. Um, Again, what you could do is what people do sometimes with. Hang on, where am I? Can't find the thing. Um, what you can do if you've got an esky or something, although it's big, might be a little bit hard to handle. You know, you fill up. you fill up your 65 litre at the start and you heat all the water up to like about 80 degrees or something like that. And then you store that 25 litres or 20, whatever you're not going to use, in a esky or just put it somewhere, and at least it'll still be warm by the time you get to, sparge. Otherwise, yeah, you can just use cold. I mean, it's not the trouble with using cold. It's not just the fact that it might slow down the sparge. It probably won't, but it might. You're dropping your whole boil temp down. It's going to take you a lot longer to get to boil and stuff. And you know how it can take a long time to get there anyway with a 65 litre. Oh, I was going to mention before when people were mentioning the Kegland new big brew thing, they were going to send me one to try, and they still might, but I don't think I'll be able to use it because I think you need although I think my 15 amps actually rated at 32 amps. I think like you need a 30 amp thing power, something like that. I'm sure he mentioned. I don't remember exactly. It was only a brief thing I saw. Yeah, but that's a good idea. That's a good idea because I mean it's the same with this. I mean that one's a 35 litre Brazil I'm using today anyway, and I always sort of mash with about 20 litres and sparge with about 15, so it's just the right size. Or hot tap water, I guess too, and you can still treat the hot tap water for chlorine and that if you wanted to. Although, yeah, I mean, people will say don't use. It depends on your hot water system. If you've got an instant hot water system, it's fine. But if you've got an 80-year-old tank, you might not want to do it. But we used to use instant hot water at the other place before here to brew, and we turned it up. Although a lot of the new ones these days, you don't seem to be able to get into your hot water systems and turn them up as much as you used to be able to. Used to turn them right up. So I used to turn it right up. I can't remember what temperature it was at the old house. You'd be able to sanitize your fermenters and stuff with it. It was that hot. My voice is gone. All right, I think that'll do, eh? We may as well just pull the basket. I said basket. Whoops, that's the wrong one. That one. Oh, that one. That one you'll see me fat gut. Your tap water only gets to 50 max here. I know, they've ruined it, eh? Tempering valve stops it from getting to the house these days if you do turn it up. That shot's not going to be much good either. We'll just do it over the other one. Oh, it's getting windy outside. It's supposed to be a nice day today, but it's going to up the creek. Hang on a second if I go copy that and put it in there and go like that. You can sort of see both, I guess. And turn. Oh, wrong one. Turn. That's a bargain, Jake. He's still going, Vince. Oh yeah, you're out in the shed, aren't you? I see. You've only got the heater on the house limo. You should buy one for the shed. What's wrong with my voice today? All right. Well, we're backing up a bit. Should have been keeping my eye on it. Don't know why. We're going nice, really well. All right. A good tip is to turn it up to the boil. I'll get everything else ready first. You turn it up to the boil when you start the spard. Oh, that's what I didn't do. That could be me. That could be me 0.2. I didn't. Well, only sprinkle the salts in. I didn't get all that in. The stuff's still not in there. I usually always rinse that out. There's a heap still in there. Bacteria. That can go in. I should have waited and put in the boil rather than in there, but anyway. Pumps off. I just take the lid off so I can see the markings and how much I'm going to put in. So I put in extra litre in the mash. So that's about 14 litres I'll sparge with. Things are getting hot today. Where's my glove? Oh, I can't see it. Here it is. Right, glove. Turn the temperature up to boil already. Speed this one up, eh? Better weigh out some hops and put the ferments together. There's my alarm to pick the kids up from school. Need that today. I'll actually only go to 98 because I'm doing this. If I get sidetracked, it'll get to 98 and won't boil over. I'm yakking too much. Alright. I think I'm ready. Let's see the chat. Sometimes I actually stick this hose through the handle hole. That's why you probably can't see it on there. It's all sort of scratched. Keep that. Yeah. You probably still can't see the mix under the hose there. It's like it's been circumcised or something. Yeah, through there, but it's a bit, you know. I never really trust it. Right. Not. Oh. Bit of a slow flow though today for some reason. Must have compacted a bit at the end there, I think. We'll turn the pump up. But it's been worse. Oh, not again. I think that'll do. It's about extra. It's fucking hot. 14 litres. And I put in 21 to start, remember? Oh, I forgot about that too with my pH, didn't I? The extra litre of water I put in. There you go. Between the salts and that extra litre of water, no wonder I wasn't at 5.2. G'day, Brendan. There you are. There you are. Where's my pot? There it is. There is nothing you cannot do with that Bunnings, not Bunnings, Woolworths 19 litre pot or whatever it is. If you get one of these, grab one. You should have one from doing your extract beers anyway. How are we going to go? Oh, we might get there. I need about another 2 litres. We might get there. Oh, we'll see how this new crush went. Just poured a nightcap. G'day, Skid. How you going, mate? How you going? How are you? Gotta keep my eye on it. I'm gonna overflow them. Bit hard to see today. Oh, I still got another litre to go. Hopefully. Better put this fermenter back together. Come on. Once we get close. Don't usually have this much patience. I usually just pour some more in, but we'll just let it go today. I wasn't sure because I took it's a long story, but the water I used to top up the mash wasn't actually much out of the HLT. It was out of the bit that was over the 55 litres in the HLT at the start, which I drained out so I could see the 55 litre mark, whatever that means. I understand it. So I wasn't quite sure how far to go. I think I've had enough though. Where are we? We're going to be close enough. We probably, I don't know, 29.8 or 9.9 litres. Close enough to 30. Better get some hops out. It is starting to blow. Sparges. Look, it's, yeah, I like to sparge. I have to sparge in these sort of systems. Well, you don't have to do anything. They just work better if you do. Not big enough to do a full batch, full volume. Eldorado. Equinox. 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 So, Mosaic. And I think they use Warrior, but I think I've got Magnum, but that's okay. What's that? Magnum. Look, I can't really play anything yeah, I know the wind's going to annoy me because I'm going to have to open up the door to bring the hoses in just when I'm trying to chill it and fill up the fermenter, and there'll be leaves and sticks going everywhere. Anyway, I've got to be really careful with music because of I'll get pinged for copyright on YouTube. Can you overhop a hef? Oh, of course, yeah, easy. But dumping in what for? Oh, I don't know. You don't even really dry hop a hef. You wouldn't want it too bitter, I wouldn't think, Jacob. If you're talking about putting it in at the start, you don't want a bitter hef like a, I don't know. I'm sort of all after the 2 kegs I've had of it, I'm just off hef at the moment. I was never a huge fan. I'd have one every now and then, but after my 2 kegs of it, which was a nice hef, but it's enough for me for probably about 2 years. You're right, John. When I did my birthday video, that looked like fucking Santa then. Shouldn't swear. When I did my birthday video and people did videos for me or whatever, and one bloke brewing did one, and you couldn't even. I edited the video with his video in it, and I didn't even notice it. You could just sort of hear this murmur in the background. But I put the video up, and the next minute I'm pinged, and yeah, somehow I don't know how the bots heard it. I couldn't. It was just like you couldn't even make out the song, but the bots pinged it. Yeah, I'd be careful over hopping. I don't know where you're going to put it, Jacob, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever put hops anywhere but 60-minute, and you don't want it overbitter. Although if you're using a traditional hop, some of them are like 1%. So when you go from these days, or 1.5%, 2%, well, I think they're getting back up higher again. There was about 10 years ago they were like 1.5%. They what was I saying? So I got carried away. Yeah, you wouldn't matter probably from 25 to 50. Wouldn't make much difference. Do you have a go-to IPA, both commercial and homebrew? My homebrew one's usually the last one I brewed, unless something went wrong. The Talus one was, I really enjoyed the Talus one. I really enjoy the Hop Stomper. The Hop Stomper's a good beer. And commercial, well, I have favourites, and then I buy a can from the shop and it's stale or old, and then that's not my favourite anymore. But I like the Stomping Ground beer. I like the I don't even mind the Bolter IPA. It used to be, you know, in the old days, it was Punk IPA and Hop Hog. But other than that, to pick one these days is really hard. Although, you know, most of them, although thank God West Coast IPAs are coming back big time. Hey Cam, how you going, mate? Can you access Amiga yeast? I've heard that assists thiols in hops to make juicy flavors come out. They reckon hop mashing is a thing. I've sort of been studying that lately, that the thiols and that in the course I'm doing, but yeah, I think Amiga is Amiga the one that's gone bust. One of them have gone. One of those companies have gone bust. Is it Amiga? Is it Amiga or? Let me blow my hand out there. Yeah, one of them 93. Hang on, I've got to get these hops organised. One of them went bust just recently, or I don't know if it's because of the COVID or whatever. Yeah, well, mightn't be Amiga. One of them's going downhill. What was it, Yeast Bay? No, I thought it was Amiga, but I don't know. One of them is. They're stopping. And look, at the moment, right now, that I'm just thinking about everything brew, I can't remember what I learnt about the thiols and certain yeasts. There is certain yeasts that um, do things for aroma like that. I do remember that. I don't remember the details. It is what I'm learning right now. I think I've finished that bit, but I'll have to go back over it, obviously. No, I'm just trying to think. I've got to get these hops worked out. And nice, Cam, nice. And what else do I do? I need to go and hurry up and get my firm cap before I boil over. That's what I'm trying to think of. Never get the lid off this one. Oh, there you go. Hurry up, we gotta go. Well, how much was that? I didn't count. That's plenty. Keep your foam cap in the fridge if you buy some. Clean spoon over here. Just want to make sure that foam cap actually gets into the. I didn't even. I usually filter the wort before it comes up to boil, but I forgot to do that while we've been yakking. It's all right. Won't matter. Oh. Turn it up. I'll weigh out the hops first. So, because I'll start talking again. Yeah, spray bottle of water works, stirring works, turning off the elements. There's tons of things you can do. I've lost my scissors. Heads are probably taken. Yeah. But I actually think what to say? I think this carries over to my fermenter because I don't have any of the troubles I see people have with overblowing, you know, fermenters, and I've never used a blow off tube ever, so and never needed to. Oh, I think I've done 2 stouts in the old school fermenter that overflowed, but that's only been the only time. What am I thinking? I'm looking at the recipe. I think it's 5 grams or 4 grams. 4 grams. It's not much at 60, but it'll be enough. It'll be enough. I'll find the scales. Oops, too much for that. Where are we? Are we on? We get on? Now I'll turn it up. 1 second. I don't think. And so I'm just getting my ice water that I use to cool my samples. Wow, that wind's getting mental. I've got a phone. All right, now I can turn it up to boil, and I don't have to go anywhere. Oops, my screen's turned off. There we are, we're back. All right. Yell out if it boils over. Got to repackage these hops. I've got, oops. What am I doing? That one. Yeah, tell you what, that wind's getting a bit chaotic. Thought the screen, the garage door was going to come down then. You hear a strange noise? It's me. It's the vacuum sealer. I think I'm going to have to put this. Is it boiling over yet? It does look a bit more empty than usual. So not much though. It's probably a half a litre emptier than usual. Something like that. Now it'll take forever. Did I say? Oh yeah, the elements are on. Come on, hurry up. Suppose I should just weigh out the Whirlpool hops too, should know while I'm sitting here. Where's the chat? What's the chat? Hello, chat. Have I missed anybody? I just run a couple of meters of hose to the pressure cake. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of the dark beers will do it. I don't know if they're just bigger than I usually brew, or the only time I've done it is on a couple of dark beers, or there's some other chemical reaction going on in there. I don't know. But I don't. People know I don't brew many dark beers. The odd one. I don't mind dark beers. I just don't like them too roasty. I don't like coffee tasting beers, and I don't like them too roasty. I do like stouts though. Yeah. Night brews are good when they go smoothly, but when things go pear shaped, like my last night brew, 50-kilometre wind there in Rye. Oh, there we go. Hang on. No one told me it was boiling. Oh no, there you go. It must be the lag. Skid did. Now I do like a good stout, but it's got to be a good stout. It's like any beer. It's got to be good, right? I don't. There's many I have that it just tastes like they've thrown in 2 kilo of roast malt, or it just tastes like you're drinking, you know, dirt. Well, not dirt, like ash or something. I do like a stout, but it's got to be good. It's got to be good. Guess that's just like any beer, though, eh? I like the Cooper Stout. Cooper Stout's good. I like dark ales. And most of the, like even the big commercials make a nice dark ale. Cooper's dark ale's nice. Do you want them to taste like a mochaccino? Soy mochaccino. I think, but the main problem is, for me is that it takes me a long time to get through a keg. There's something I'll have a glass of every day, or every second day or whatever on me drinking days, but I won't have a session on them. I used to like Guinness. It tastes a bit watery, the one we got here at the moment. I had bought one not that long ago, and it just tastes like I was drinking water. All right, hang on. That looks like we're... Yeah, stouts are good to bottle. The last stout I did, I bottled. I did. Just let it stir up a bit, get going. I love you, firm cap. I didn't even have to stand up. Tell you what, without that firm cap, that would have been over the edge. Well, it just better be good, Vince. I'm sure yours is good. I've got a dark ale in the fridge now, and a porter, a smoked porter, and a dark ale. The ones from, I think I'll have more turn up this week too, from Blackman's. All right, we'll call that boiling. And I'll take a reading and chuck my hops in. I'll find where I just put those two pipettes, but there it is. And I didn't weigh out my hops. I've got to stop yakking. Reading and take that out first. It's going to hurt me cat. I said cat. It was nice and clear. All right. Let me turn this off just in case it goes into the video. You don't need to be seeing this. All that really. Oops, that one you do. There's a measly 4 grams of Warrior or Magnum. They use Warrior. 4 grams of Warrior. $60 minutes. So what time is that? That is 3:31. We'll call it 3:30. Makes it easy. And we'll take a reading. G'day, Mike. How you going? G'day, Jack. Yeah, I think it had changed since I last had one, but I don't, they're one of those beers I'll have on tap somewhere. I don't often buy the cans, but every now and then I do, and the last one I had, yeah, it just tastes like water in the can. I was not too impressed. Yeah, I don't mind the Blackman's one. Was that the smoked one, or was that the... I can't remember. 3:35. It's dinner time over there, mate. In New Zealand. I nearly went to do a New Zealand accent then changed. Changed my mind. Where's my glasses? Trouble when I've start getting all the hops and everything out on the table, I put my glasses down, everything on top of them, then I can't even find my glasses. There they are. Oh, the wind's blowing the steam the wrong way. Or the right way. Here we go. Oh, I'll use my little fandangle thing. this thing. All my hops are out now and everything's in the way. What'd you brew today at work? You brew something at work today, Mike? Or is it... I was going to say it's a Friday. It's not Friday though, is it? Tuesday would be a good brew day, I guess. All right, what's it going to say? I don't know what we're looking for. 49 it's saying, and we're looking for... You can see that it says 49. I think we're looking for a fine of about 53, so we're probably close. We're probably upper point or something. We've done well today, I think. Hang on, what does it say we're going to get? Well, how do you find it on Brewfather? I think you have to go to batches or something, don't you? Or brew, you have to press that you're brewing it. Brew. And then go to brewing. And then go... Oh, pre-boil 48. So we're one up. That's good. That's good. Not too high, not too low. I'm happy with that. Bang on the money. Bang on the money. You got back gut cam. It's in my hand trying to... hang on. I don't know. Back gut's probably better. Bang on the money. Oh, I won't bother even double checking that because it just seems right. When things, that's what happens. See. Nah, back at me forklift job today. Oh, you were awesome, Mike. When you get the wrong reading, you take 3 or 4 different readings. When you get a reading that's about right, first go, then you stop. You go, all right, perfect. That's the rule of brewing. That's laws, brewing laws. If you get the right reading, first go, you don't take another one. You get a wrong reading, you keep taking it till you get a right one. No, I did well today. I need to take a photo or something of that if I'm doing quickness on the video. Where's me phone? Underneath all the other junk. Oh no, you're working, so you haven't got any outbreaks or anything over there, Mike? No, you are doing all right at the moment. It is the rule. If anyone says different, they don't know. I cool my sample down before anything, whether it be the refrac or this one. Yes, I do. All of them. And there's no point leaving it on the bench to cool. You need to chill it fast. I mean, you don't need to do any of these things, but you're better off. If you leave it on the bench, you're going to get evaporation unless you can cover it and make sure that water goes back into the sample. And people don't think that will make much of a difference, but it can make several points. And I just whack it in water. You don't leave it too long. Well, my refrac at the moment, I can't remember what it is on this one, but my normal refrac is automatic temperature converted. And everyone goes, oh, that'll just do it. But it's only automatic temperature conversion between 10 and 30 degrees. So, yeah, you might drop one hot one on. Drop a hot one on it. G'day, NL from Vermont. Thanks for the yeast. It's not, anyway. I got some more talents too. I nearly threw it in here. Not on my new one, I haven't, but for sure, it's just more accurate. I find it just more stable. Like if you've got a normal refrac, right, and I pull out today and it's cold, and I do just a hot cup, you know, it'll cool down fast. It will cool down fast, right? But say you do, oh, that was wrong. Do another one, 3 or 4. The whole temperature of your refrac's changing, and you'll find that your readings will change. On some. On my cheap shit ones, I can't. They will. I mean, obviously you've seen brewers, you know, dip theirs in, and they must get, you know, super high. I don't know. sometimes I've had different refracts where if you just, I used to sort of just do it over the pot, and the steam would mass it up, and it all gets steamed up inside, and you couldn't even see through it. So um, it's just more accurate. I used to get the sample out in a little shot glass, and I used to leave the shot glass on the bench, and then things would just go on. Things weren't adding up, and then I started chilling them, and yeah, you just as long I just find as long as you get it past that point where you're not going to evaporate really very much. It's probably enough. But I just find it works, man. It just works. I used to just do all those old ones, just drop it in. I used to just get a screwdriver or whatever was hanging around, and dip it in and get a few drops off onto the refrac. But yeah, I just find it's more. I think with brewing, it's all about consistency, and it's the same reason why I don't take a reading till it's boiling. There's a couple of reasons. I'm going to do a video about this. I keep saying it, but because people keep asking, you don't take. Why are you taking it? You're taking it when it's boiling. That's not pre-boil. Well, it is pre-boil. You make sure it's all mixed up. If you don't, you can have some of the sugars more down the bottom, and it's not mixed up properly. You got the sparge water on top. So I wait till it gets to boiling from that. And the second reason is when you're boiling, besides it helps mix it up, of course, that's the point you're adding your hops. And if you want to try and be accurate, you want to know from pre-boil to boil, you can lose a point or gain a point, I should say. Gain a point or two. And I know that's not going to make much difference, but that's what I'll put in my recipe, like 49, and then you can have a look. And if you're trying to be like spot on as much as you can, brewing's always organic, whether it be your age your hops or your boil off or whatever. But the exact gravity of when you're adding your hops. So it's just all consistency. We sort of come out tonight. Well, we're allowed to leave the house tonight at midnight. We've got to wear masks, excuse me for swearing, masks bloody everywhere. I hate wearing masks walking down the street by myself. Ridiculous. I don't mind putting it on if something you're near people. But I don't think there's any need when you're hundreds and hundreds of meters from someone to have a bloody mask on. Anyway. So that's why. And look, I know people that have used that use these in boiling hot wort. There's a bloke, I won't mention names, but owns a home brew shop in America, and he used to just fill up his tube and put this into boiling wort. But some of these are held together with wax. He goes, "Oh, I've had this one for 10 years." I said, "Yeah, you might be lucky, because sometimes the paper scale is held in place with a little drop of wax or something." And I've seen it happen. People have used it, and their scale, their shift that moves, and then they're virtually stuffed. You've got to get a new one. Look inside in that when I go to the pub, yeah, I will put them on, but not when I can go out and sit out in the oval over there where there's no one, just me, and you have to have it on. Ridiculous. Yeah, you'd have to make sure you bought one that was made for it, not just any old one. And I mean, you might be lucky, but I know that they can shift. And I wouldn't be using the Cooper's one in hot water. I wouldn't be using the Cooper's one at all, to be honest. I think I used to soak mine in sanitizer to these ones, and they used to fill up. And they were nice. They sent me one replacement, then another replacement, but they're crap. They're probably okay if you don't let them soak, because they used to fill up with water. They're not sealed or something. I don't know if it's at the top. Maybe it's at the top. They're not sealed properly. And I thought, oh, that'd be great. You'll never break one, but yeah, they're more like a toy. But if that's all you got, and if that's all I got, I'd use it on the day. And I'm pretty sure these two read differently, which is another thing. But saying that, there's some days I can get a sample, I can cool it, and I can put it in this one, and I can put it on my reef rack, and I can put it in the hydro, and they all be slightly different. I find that they're all accurate. I've mentioned this a few times until you get over like closer to 1050, and then they all start varying a bit. But I mean that happens. There's reasons for that. Where's me cloth thing I used to clean my thingy with? I know all the words. It's one of those things though, like it's like if you've got one of these things, then you trust it. You know, if you've got this, or you got your reef rack, or you got your hydro, you just get used to it and you trust it. When you got three, like, or even two, when you go, oh, I don't trust that one, that can't be right, then you get the other one out, don't you? Oh, they're great, the Anton Par things or whatever they're called, but they're very expensive. Yeah, bloody expensive. I've never seen one with someone at home. I don't think that. Oh, not anyone I know anyway. It is a West Coast IPA. It's American. American IPA. American IPA. An old school one. You know, a proper one. I'm not too old school. Not old school with a massive malt bill. It's a new school, old school. Middle school. It's a middle school IPA. Dry hop is about, I think 40, about 120 grams from memory. But there's a big whirlpool, and you'll get a lot of aroma from the whirlpool. Well, it's about the same in the whirlpool as it is in the. Oh, I dropped down the whirlpool a little bit. It was. That's it, brewing. There we go. Yeah, I've put 35 grams of each in the whirlpool and 40 grams of each in the dry hop. So there's 3 hops: Eucalypt, Eldorado, Mosaic. But and it's a hot whirlpool. I'll stress that it's a hot whirlpool. None of this chilling to 80 business, because this recipe just wouldn't work if you did that. Wow, I haven't had that in Sierra Nevada claim for a long time. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, it's well, you know, there's a tiny 60-minute ad, and there's a 335, so it's at 105 gram of hop, or what's that? Nearly 4 ounces in the whirlpool, and then about nearly the same in the dry hop. Oh, chilling's okay for certain things, but it just wouldn't work in this recipe. You need the bitterness out of it for this recipe. And I find you have to use way more if you're doing it cold as well. It's sort of, I think you get more benefit doing it hot. I mean, more money's worth. I'm using a yeast which I don't often use, but it's quite common. But it's because I'm following, it's a brewery series recipe, this one. And it's Bry's 97, isn't it? And I haven't used that for, what am I holding hops up? Got all my hops out. I haven't used this for probably 10 years. or 5 years. Somewhere between 5 and 10 years, and I've lost everything. Where's the stream? There it is. I used it once, possibly, as I said, 5-10 years ago, and I don't even know it was Laleman. Have they already done Brew? Was it? Have other people done it? I don't. Maybe it probably would have been a different packet from the change of packet. That's probably what it is. But I didn't like it. But because I only used it once, I don't know whether I blamed the beer I was making or it was a slow starter or something, so that made me worry. I can't remember. But anyway, it was a long time ago, and this recipe calls for it, so I'm using it. And I got 2 packets just to make sure. Well, this one here is about, well, it's 1.6 grams per litre of each hop. But there's 3 of them. So what's that? 3, and that's close to 5, I guess. Grams a litre for this one. It depends on your beer. Yeah, it used to be yellow or something. It was different to this, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I understand the reason why you do it, Drake. I understand the reasons. You want to stop the alpha acids turning into iso-alpha acids, because iso-alpha acids will bitter your beer. Yeah, so I'm using 2 packs anyway. I always, yeah, it's an IPA anyway, so you can use 2 packs. Lowman, I don't know. I always get confused, Dansdale Lowman. I used to think I know, but I don't anymore. What was I saying? The dry hopping, yeah, anywhere from, like, it depends on the beer. But I find for a normal one, around, yeah, that 5 to 8 grams, there's plenty. But for, you know, I do go bigger for the NIPAs and stuff. Oh, that's what we're going to do. That one. Is that? Did you say that last time, Mike? We might do. Everyone go hard yard brewers. Let's give Gash your red IPA recipe for the brewery series. No, we're going to do one. You don't have to do that. I think he said that last time. You don't have to yell at him. Hang on, how's the beer going? Boiling away. I haven't set any timers or anything. I'll wait out those hops. I've got to stop yakking for a second. And put the fermenter together. Shit, the fermenter's not even together yet. Oh, that's what I've got to do. Hang on, I'll put me up on there too. I don't know why, but I will. You can hear me. You don't need to see the ugly yet as well. All right, what did I say was this? 35 of each I put in the whirlpool. What's going on? Who's sending me messages? Shut up. You're going to get me pinged for bloody copyright. The Buttsman. Why is the Buttsman sending me messages? Grams of each. Well, we got some Mosaic first. This was supposed to be 1.6 grams per litre of each too, but when I put it all into the recipe calculator, it was just a touch bitter, so I just pulled it back at it was only by a gram or 2 of each, so you know, it's nothing really. Could have probably just left it as it was. But I also, because the 60-minute was supposed to be 3.6 grams or something, I just rounded it off to 4 grams, and then I knocked back the flavour hops a little. Well, you know, most people will probably do it the opposite way, but anyway, doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Oh, I've done 100. The only Red X, yeah, the only Red X one I do is like 100%. Um, and that turned out that was a really nice beer too. I'll probably upload the recipe creation video anyway for this one, so you'll see my reasoning of why. I mean, I only changed it the slightest little bit. Look, I haven't heard of Odyssey. Well, that's true, Michael. I haven't heard of Odyssey, but that's the trouble. I've signed up to several now, and I don't even remember the names. The same with like the Facebook alternatives, and while they're still going, they're dead in the water. You know what I mean? The only ones that are really looking pretty good are the paid services, and you're never going to get, you're never going to get the same amount of interaction or views. Well, maybe you will. I don't know in the full paid service things like. Well, I haven't made the YouTube members yet because it's so expensive, but maybe I will. I don't know. Oh yeah, 20. You must be 20 minutes behind if we're talking about the reading. Well, not 20, something like that. Refresh. I'm just going to vacuum seal these hops up while I remember. And there's one more pack of hops. There it is. Good luck. One more. I'll check Odyssey out. I will check it out. So there's two different new Facebook type things I'm on, but I can't remember the name of them now. There's a small homebrew thing happening on there, but I'll have a look at Odyssey. I'll write that down so I forget. Jesus, that wind. I'll leave that there, and I'll remember that later. Oops, I keep going to that one. Shut that one. Go back to this one. Yeah. It already is windy. Yeah, I can't put them inside yet. They'll be okay. They're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to get robbed. Put your helmets in under the door. The 65, yeah, I'd suggest the 60, yeah. The 65, yep. Yep. The one I'm using now isn't the 65, that's the 35. But I'm using the 65. Hang on, where's the lost all my things again. That's the 65 at the back. Oh shit, I haven't done that either. I'm yakking too much. Hang on. I've got to sanitize the chiller. I forgot I was using the chiller today. That's a bit loose, I just got to tighten it up. Oh, it's not. Stay there. Right, that's the chiller sorted out. No, you're not bugging me. Yeah, you'll get like you got to sort of remember. A lot of people forget sometimes that a 65 litre is what it is when it's full. You know what I mean? So you probably boil it about. What do I boil it about? About 57, that's really full. 57 litres boil. So you probably get down to 53 by the time you get sort of leftovers. You're probably getting, somewhere between 48 and 50 litres into the fermenter probably, which is probably all right for your 50 litre keg. You might not totally fill it up by the time you've got it out of the fermenter, but you'll be getting your at least 40 litres. It's like the 35 litre here. Like if I boil for an hour in the 35 litre, I'm only getting like 20, 22, 23 litres out. That's without buggerizing around and pouring up the rubbish from the bottom and all that sort of stuff, which you could do. But well, I've got to get this fermented together as well. And if anyone wants to see me how I do it, but it's pretty boring. All right. Go up a bit. Because people keep saying how hard it is, but I don't know. It'll probably fail today since it's on video. Where is it? Behind me. Where's the best spot? There, over here. Over. Hang on. Yeah, about here. Right. I'll just put the lid aside for a second. And you keep it away from any grain dust. You try to. Because that's the stuff that's going to give you infections. I'm not wearing shorts too. Maybe I should try and just, of course, but put everything on top of the mouse. Still trying to squeeze in over here. Oh, it's hard watching when it's backwards on the screen. All right. It's a bit messy. I need that, and I need that, and I need that. And I need a nice clean towel, will help. Somewhere, some will do. Clean towel on the dirty floor. And I usually use the alcohol spray just because it's easier. I mean, you can use Starsen if you like. I don't know why it's easier. I just know it's faster. But the places I'm sort of sanitising are mostly going to be hidden areas that aren't going to touch the wort anyway, so it's probably a little bit of overkill. Of course, you make sure everything's clean. I cleaned it all yesterday. You have to take that off to fit it in there. Drop that in. Sometimes, if I'm worried that I've had something weird in there, I can give these a spray first. I try not to do what I just did then and spray sanitizer, especially alcohol sanitizer on the thread, but it's not going to hurt at the same time. And I might even put some in there. Again, it's a little bit of overkill, but there's the seal goes in, there's the other bit, that bit. Put seal on. Push it through. I get my spray on silicone, food grade silicone spray. Or you can use your sealant or whatever, and you can give it a quick spray. That's probably way overkill. That bit goes on. And I've got to turn it that way. That one's the one that's the opposite thread. And you don't have to do it that tight. That's plenty. That's plenty. The only thing, you got to do it just tight enough so when you're screwing other stuff on that it's not going to come undone itself. That's already got, that next thread's already got lubrication on it from when I just sprayed it. So this one can go on If you want, you can. No need to, probably. No, I won't even bother. Because that's going to get filled up with sanitizer. You can, if you're overzealous, spray that inside with sanitizer. Do that. That's all you need to do. You don't need to do it up any tighter. That's why people can't get them undone. Then we got this one. Now, sometimes for people to get worried about things, I don't get worried about too many things. You can put, like, to say, if you're worried about a little bit of overspray from your silicone, you can either just use your normal lube, or you can, like, put a bit of coil up something like that, a bit of paper or plastic bag like that. Then when I spray around the top bit, you know, any overspray is not going to go in. And I'm way overdoing it what I'd normally do. Wouldn't use that much. Get rid of that. And that's it. You don't need to do it up any tighter than that. Done. Oh yes, this was on the bucket blaster yesterday. Yes, and it's right. Oh no, it's down. Where is it? It's right there, in that bucket. The bucket blaster is awesome. Now I don't usually spray this one, even though it's food grade silicone, because it's sort of hard just to spray because it's only got that tiny little lip there. Again, it probably wouldn't matter if you did. So for that one, I usually just got the old school one. I'll cover it here. You'd think I'd store everything in the one spot, wouldn't you? But at least I know where things are. And that just gets a quick go around on there. And this is only. I always find it funny when people, you know, you shouldn't need lubrication to get a seal. Lubrication is just one, to get easy to make things get undone, and two, just to keep your because yesterday I cleaned, you know, I used a harsh cleaner on this, or semi-harsh cleaner. It's just to keep your seal from cracking, you know, and you know, nice and plump so it doesn't crack and shrink. And that's it. Hang on, I'll go and fill up some sanitizer and we'll check it out. Yeah, the only modification, I was going to do a video too, the only modification, I was going to do a video on some of the things I've modified a little bit. The only thing I've modified in it is, because of the, you know, it kept slipping and the suction cups kept coming off. So I actually, might be a bit hard to see, I cable tied the thing to there, the pump to the bottom. So it doesn't, you know, I don't have to worry about it. Then I get some sanitizer. What's the time? Is anyone watching the time? Oh, we got 20 minutes then to boil. Less than 20 minutes. All right. Better pull my finger out. Where's my jug? I might just get some water from inside, so I don't have to open up that wind. Everything's going to blow over. Nightmare. The other thing is, because I've cut my tube so short, I got to mix up 4 litres of sanitizer to have enough to do everything, which is okay. 2 litres of water. Look, it's nearly get away with that, you know, if you shake it around, but I want to run it through all the pipes and that without having to tip it over and things. 4 litres. Because I use 4 litres, I'll use 6 ml of star sand. I'll find my glasses. Well, I can probably do this without my glasses. I've done this that many times. Don't get this stuff on your concrete. It will eat a hole in your concrete. Don't get it on your clothes. Don't do anything with it. It's not as safe when it's undiluted. Actually, I just can't remember if it's 3.5 or 3 today. It's 3. I'm sure it's 3. I don't know if it's 3.5, is it? That's 3. And don't put star sand undiluted in first, because if you walk away, it'll eat through some of the plastics. It's not very nice stuff. Undiluted. Don't mix it up stronger than it needs to be. There's just no point. Just no need. All right. Oops. I'm going to do that. Yeah. Now the only place it may leak today is where I changed in the bottom jar. Yesterday when I was cleaning, I took off one of the lids off the side and I was using a quick disconnect to push the cleaner into the top of the jar, if that makes any sense, while it was on the bucket blaster. So I haven't, you're not going to be able to see the bottom anyway. But and then I only put about, I don't know, 12 psi or something on. I don't use it. I don't find any benefit from fermenting too high. So I just whack in about 12 psi just to make sure we haven't got any leaks. Of course, if you're going to use it at higher pressures, test it at higher, but will do. And what else? Not that one. The other one. That one. At this stage, well, you can't see it, but it's not leaking. Not leaking. You can give it more time. If you're really worried, you can turn it upside down, but I haven't even undone those tops. And you want to mix up that star sand properly anyway. And you can leave it upside down for a while, but I know that won't leak. The top's good. But what I will do is I'll grab my little serving and testing things that I have. One's like a picnic tap, and Bronco tap, is it, or what do you call those ones? Can't remember now. Anyway, it's just handy. I've got pressure in this and sanitizer, and because I was using these yesterday to test some beer and stuff, instead of I'll just flush them out and leave some starts in them until I have to use them next. And while I do that, it's also pushing sanitizer up through the hose, through the quick disconnect and all that sort of stuff. So that one's done. And this one, you can see it's tipping beer out. It's got a bit of a dodgy seal up there somewhere. But that's all right, because the pressure's going to be pushing it out, not in. That one still had beer in it. Of course, you can give them a going over with cleaner next time, but if you haven't, at least you get the beer out of there and you've got starcing in there. And no, it hasn't rotted any of these fittings. I've had those fittings on there for years. The only thing that's leaking is actually the seal at the quick disconnect there. Actually, I might have just needed seating properly, because it's not leaking anymore. But other than that, that's ready to go. All I've got to do is empty it. No, this, to be honest, unless I've got a cube of washed or something, I'll just throw that away in the end. I know, I shouldn't. It depends. Since I'm thinking about doing an extract beer short, I don't know. No, I won't do it for that, because I've got to ferment the other cube of lager before I do that. So now I'll see what happens. It's one of those things. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. When I used to use it to flush my kegs with, I used to keep it, but now I use sodium metabisulfite for that mostly, so I don't keep it for that. But there's no problem, no reason why you can't. Everything was clean. It's totally fine if you want to. Sometimes I put it in my cold cube, my what do you call them, cubes that I use for no chill. But at the moment, both of these cubes need a wash, so there's no point. If I put it in there, I'm probably just gonna they've got some in there already, but I wouldn't use this starcene again. But if that was a bit cleaner, I've used it before, but I was just waiting. I've got another one to empty tomorrow, so then I'll wash them all together. So it's one of those things. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But that's ready to go. I think sometimes, I don't know if I'm just lucky or whatever, but look, that's even loose. That won't leak there, Liz. Tighten it up though. I don't know. It just works for me. Maybe I'm just lucky. Don't know. Anyway, that's ready to go. I just got to empty it. But I'll leave that in there till, you know, I'm doing the whirlpool or something. Oh, far out. It's getting hot in here with the door shut. Like a sauna. How's the boil going? Anyway, that's all I do. Yeah, I don't find I need to do anything more than that. Is your keg still not full? What's going on over there, Vince? Are you using gas to Are you using gas to push it, or you're gravitying it, sort of thing? All right, I've only got. Oh, we've got about, what's that? 8 minutes left of the boil. I might chuck some Werflock in. While I remember, I was going to miss that again. I missed that the last brew because I was talking. Throw some Werflock in. I've got granulated Werflock, and I don't measure it. You probably should, but because too much Werflock isn't good. But I just sort of go about that, and touch your good luck. It's not much. You need 0.75 grams per 20 to 25 litres, which isn't very much at all. Uh-oh, you're going to get in trouble, Mike. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! I'm going for a birthday way before. Well, what am I going to do? Whirlpool. Check that that chiller is still, oh, it's getting cleaned. And the water's 95 degrees going through my chiller, so that will be sanitised. No need to use any chemicals or anything. I'll get this Whirlpool arm in here now. That out there to be clean. That's the only thing with talking a lot. I don't get me cleaning done during brew day and live streaming. Happy birthday, Mike's missus. I need a drink. I'm at boil, and it's. Oh, I've got 4 minutes before the end of boil. I think I can get a beer. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Oops, sorry for the banging. Oh. Oh, there you go. Oh, hang on. There you go. Look at that crystal clear thing. Look at that. Dirty glass. Look at that. That there is the last live brew day. The house lager. Super Pride and a touch of Citra in that one. But it looks yellow on screen there. It's not quite that. It is. It looks really yellow. It's not, it looks more beer coloured here. I don't know why it's so yellow there. I mean, yellow is beer, you know what I mean? There's like a tinge of gold. Here's to Mike's missus. You did say wife, yes. Yeah, happy birthday. Someone sent me a message. Oh, I've got to watch the time here. Someone sent me a message after the. I don't think they watched the last live broadcast because they said house ale, because I've just called it ale, house ale lager, but it is lager. Oh, that's piss. My possum. I can't remember what they said. They said that's the worst thing ever. I wouldn't even think about drinking it. Blah 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 blah. Single infusion shit. I went, oh well, you didn't see the bloody 3-step mash I did for it, did you? Obviously, didn't watch the video. Just because I called it a house beer, apparently it means it's bad. I guess it depends whose house you live in, whether a house beer is bad or not, isn't it? Oh, wow, that's better. I've got my voice back too. All right, what's the time? We've got to watch it. 4:30. We're just about there. Was it 31? Yeah, it was 3:31. All right. I said, well, maybe we won't go to his house. I should have wrote his name down. His house beer must be crap. uh, all right, where are we? 4:30. Yeah, we'll call it a day. I think it was 3:31. But by the time I walked over the computer and looked at the time, as I said, don't turn the whirlpool on yet because it'll get full of air bubbles, and sometimes I'll throw the hops in now to mix them up. But I find this whirlpool works pretty good in here. Also, when it's boiling down the bottom there, and especially depending on your vessel, show us your vessel. No, but it depends where your false bottom is. Some people on some systems, apparently when they boil, the false bottom's all over the joint. So if you start pumping when your false bottom's all flapping around, you're going to suck a whole lot of gunk. Look at that Worthlock working. You're going to suck a whole lot of gunk into your pump that you shouldn't have to. If you just let it settle for a minute, at least some of it, and any big chunks are just going to sort of settle down on that false bottom before you start your pump. All right, that'll be good. Make sure everything's locked in, turn it on. Get the whirlpool happening. And what time are we? No, 4:31 as we should have been. Is that working? Yeah, that's that work. That is there. It's 35 grams each of the Equinox, whatever it is, Mosaic and Eldorado. Smells good. Keep my head out of it. Are we too bright again? Isn't this light today? Doesn't make much difference. I think the camera's just being a lot further away from the kettle than usual. All right, now I'll probably let that go. He didn't really specify a time, but I'll probably whirlpool for say 5 to 10 minutes, and then again turn it off, and then let it settle for another 5 to 10. It is quite nice. It's just got that, like, you can barely taste the citra. It's got a little bit of super pride. Like if you use a lot of super pride, it can be really hoppy, but a little bit does sort of taste a little bit like Pride of Ringwood. It's nothing like the VB beer. That I shouldn't say nothing like. It's nicer than the VB. Like I really pushed the Pride of Ringwood on the VB, but I did that on purpose. You know what I mean? I wanted that Pride of Ringwood to be, stand out. So, all right, fermenter's ready. I've just got to set the chiller up, but I don't want to open that garage door. Things are going to blow over. Probably me light. Things are just going to go haywire. I'll do what I always do, and it's always a smart idea. I'll just raise it up like this high so I can duck under it each time, and I won't bump my head on it. You know what's going to happen. I'll end up in hospital at night with a gash on the top of my head. Oh. The next batch of this, I got the other cube I'm putting in tomorrow. I still haven't put it in. I'm going to put it in tomorrow on the yeast cake. And look how clear that freaking thing is. But I'm going to dry hop the next one. I just wanted to see what that was like without the dry hop, and the next one I'll dry hop. That was biofined, by the way, but I mean, yeah, that's like you don't get clearer than what that is, unless it's water. The biofine's pretty bloody good stuff. Again, you wouldn't have needed it. Probably by this time in the keg anyway, it would have been just about crystal clear. I don't know, it's what it's been, probably a month. And this yeast has come good too. I didn't think I was going to like the diamond lager again. And the first few weeks it was a bit but once it was lagered, yeah, it's come good. Funny enough. Funny about that, isn't it? Alright, as soon as that's 4 minutes whirlpool. We'll do a 10-minute whirlpool. Don't confuse me. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know which. See, our toilets don't swirl. Do your toilets swirl? Our toilets just go. And I haven't had a bath for about 45 years, so I don't really get to see water go down the drain in a way, but I know what you're saying. You think I'm going against the forces? Forces of nature? Maybe I am. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe I should try it. Try it both ways. Actually, the brewery's not in too bad a condition on that side at the moment. It's not too bad, considering of Brew today. It's not in too bad a nick. It looks messy because there's a lot of stuff, but it's actually not too bad. And I vacuumed it twice before I started. Totally this is. Uh, Not in a beer like this. Like that'll sort of like after the whirlpool, I'll let it sit there for a while, so a lot of it will settle out by itself, and some will get through though. It's a good idea to do. If you there's a couple of ways that you do it, right? I could chill in the actual vessel and then let it settle out before I transfer. Or I can transfer it to one sort of fermenter or whatever, wait till it's settled out, and then transfer it to another one. Or take the bottom jar off once it's settled out. Or, if I'm no chilling sometimes, I'll siphon off the top beer and leave the gunk behind. If I was going for a super competition Hellas or something, I might do that. But, for my home brew, it's sort of, yeah. Oh, good to hear, Tricolour. You'll love it. But I mean, like, I can get a beer like that without having to, haze. Well, I think it works. I did make a homemade one, which was pretty terrible for a while, which was a piece of hose on it. But it worked. And the Whirlpool one's just easy, you don't have to worry about it. And it's stainless steel, so you don't. It's tough, but you can see the Whirlpool. It's doing what it's meant to do. And it does get the hops into the center mostly, or your tube cone, or whatever you're trying to do. And I think it's sort of good that it does go down near the bottom. Like sometimes I used to just have the hose at the top and it'd work. And then I made that other one where it was a long piece of hose with a 45-degree elbow stainless at the bottom, but you could never really see what was going on down there. You don't know where it was sitting, sort of thing. You know what I mean? You know it was working, but yellow oxy post ferment vid. No, I don't think I did. I'm not sure which one you mean, Mike, but I know I don't. I mustn't have. I've got that many videos I need to do. Once the kids get back to school. Yeah. Like I've talked about it a ton in videos, and I've done all 3 or 4 transfer, oxygen-free transfer videos. I've done the metabisulfite transfer. Maybe if that's the one you mean. Post ferment clearing agent. Oh, not the one where I discuss everything. No, I haven't. I've done how to add it though, but it's in the end of the talus, I think. How I add it. I haven't done the one about the myth or whatever. Is that if that's the one you mean? The gelatin myth. All right, so that's been 9 minutes. I'll just turn that off. Oh, I don't want to open the garage door any further. And normally I'd cover that over, but since we're looking at it, I don't worry too much. Actually, I might take it out. Never seen me move that fast in your life, have you? There's really not much to look at. I've got to open that door. I just need to cover it over because it's going to be so windy. We'll have another look at it after it's settled, but just, because it's so windy, I'll just do a bit of that. That's just it. And the other thing, because a lot of these are brewery series videos, in a brewery, once they've done a hot whirlpool, and it might have cooled down to 80 or something, I'm probably not even that far, 90 or 95 after the whirlpool. But then they've got to chill it, and it takes them a long time. Probably takes them over half an hour to chill a big commercial size ferment, and everything's still sitting in that hot wort. So that's why I sort of don't worry too much when I'm doing these commercial brewery ones, because I'm just sort of doing it how they do it. G'day, Reese. Yeah, oh, that's a good call. Hang on, I've got to set the chiller up first. I'll set the chiller up and then I'll grab a beer. You can watch my fat ass waddle around. That's what my glass says. I probably can't read it. It says, Gash, drink me. Probably end up smashing that tonight. Just knocking it over. All right, oh, good. If things start falling over, don't laugh. Oh, I'm scared that light's going to fall over. I might just lower it down a bit. Probably not really needed anymore. I'll move to the side once that wind comes in. It's not going to be good. Alright. Things are going to blow, things are going to fall over, but there's not much I can do. Daylight. It's actually quite sunny for how horrible weather it is. Far out. It is ugly out there. Money on what's going to blow over first. Alright. Things are blowing everywhere. Oh, you can see me. Can't see. You can't see me over here. Right. I suppose for those Fermentosaurus users, I guess, or Firmzilla. The reason I don't use my Fermentosaurus anymore is one, it wore out years ago, and two, I can't get any hand in to clean it, and that's why I don't like using it. Well, besides it's bugging. Yeah. There's one thing, and to undo them, you don't let all the gas out, but you just let enough out. If it's too hard to turn, you haven't let enough out. Well, and then you just use the gas inside till you hear a hiss. There you go. So that goes into my. I might just tip that. Oh, and I'm going to put the tilt in. I don't think the battery's flat yet. Got to tilt. I would use the iFloaty, but the floaty, but I want to do a video on it. So, Alright. You got to leave it there, or you can whack it on the stand, till we're ready to fill it. The wind will probably blow it over. Yeah, I know, the light stand's a shocker. The light stand's a shocker. Oops, there's the bottle that blew out across the room. Lock and tackle. Porter, there you go, a porter. Actually, he's supposed to be giving me that recipe for a Brew Day video. All right. Oh, but that's the bit with the boobies. Oops. No, wrong one. That one. Gonna go in there. So cold. Well, I don't think that's the end I usually use. Where'd the jug go? Try and catch most of that water. We miss it in a second. The pump's still on. Is that on or off? No, it's off. Just draining the water out of it. Actually, I didn't do too bad. It's actually most of it's going in the jug. That was a lucky shot today. Oh, there's one. This is going to be a heavily hopped beer. I like the conical size of it. I waste less beer in a conical shaped fermenter. And because I do videos, once it's in the my Kegzilla or keg fermenter, there's nothing to look at. You know what I mean? There's absolutely nothing to look at. Where did I put that? I know I picked it up to get it out of the view of the camera before, the aluminium foil. I'm going to put it down there. Hello, Thomas. And it's also why I don't use all-rounders for my really hoppy beers, because the conical shape, I don't waste as much beer. Easier to empty without picking up hops and junk from the bottom. How long's that been? 52. Oh, that means we're about there, ready to go. All right, that will do. We'll have a look and see if it's settled. I should try and, oh, I can't shut the door. If I turn the tap on it. The cold water's going through there now. Just let me shut the door a bit before things blow over. Someone remind me to turn the tap off later. Which I always forget. Up a bit, please. Stop. Good. All right, let's have a look and see if we can see without the light on. Looks like the light's still on there, but it's not really. Not nowhere near that. Oh, see. We can have a look and see if it's settled out a bit. It's probably still moving around a little after 10 minutes. No, there's a bit of an oil slick on top, but yeah, you can see it's clearing. Not like before, anyway. It probably could do with some more time to clear, but I'm just going to go with it. And Can you see? It's a little bit easier. By the way, I have, that's kind of alright, I guess. Get rid of this for now. And I'm going to give the end of that hose a spray with some sanitizer since I've had it sitting on here. Things are a bit skewy today, but that's alright. Still working out this new setup for live streaming. It's a little bit, everything's out in the middle of the garage and things are a bit everywhere. Oh, that can go in there. Although I should clear out the junk first. I like to do that, and any water that's left in the chiller. Trying to see so I'm not in the way. I do have, I did buy some of these, can't really see it, twist things, and I put them on eBay. So let me know if you want the link to them. They're not quite as good as my first one, but they do the job just fine. You can't see it typically. It's right in the way, isn't it? Anyway, they're like a valve thing. But I'm just going to, as I said, turn the pump on for a second just to empty out what's in the way. There's some water. There's more water. There comes the beer. There wasn't any junk in that. Oops, I took this one on the floor. I'll turn that pump off. Turn that pump off just so I can get this into position. It's spilling it everywhere. I usually have it set up better. Video on. And I'll shut this off for now. Close enough to it. Get the pump started again. And although you probably won't be able to see, if you change chillers and you've never used a chiller before, make sure you test it before you're going into a plastic fermenter. You know what I mean? Make sure you know what you're doing with the temperature wise. Otherwise, you can melt it. And we're going a bit fast there. Back it off a bit. All right. And although you can see it's filling up from the bottom there, just take it easy. Have a piece of cake for me, Mike. Cheers, mate. Thanks for dropping in, eh? I'll back that up a bit more. I will set up a temperature thing one day. I used to have a temperature tester, but so you know what temperature's going in there as, but yeah. Still going. And it's pretty typical. The weather's been freezing cold lately, so I would have chilled it really well. And then, of course, today has probably been the warmest day we've had in weeks. I would say when it was rushing at first, it would be probably about 22, 23. But now it's probably about 20. Yeah, I have got a gauge. I just haven't been using it. I reckon the copper one's more efficient, to be honest. The copper and rubber one, I reckon it's more efficient than the stainless. I haven't done a side by side, but I guess so that's going in a bit warm. I think it was that first few litres were a bit warm. Like if it doesn't, it's got to feel like just cold on your fingers, you know. About the right thing. You sort of get used to it. Yes. Just anyway. It's set up so you can't really see it anyway, but that's like flopping out, which is a great. And you know, the plate chiller's the best of all of them. I should use my plate chiller, but anyway, wasn't prepared. All right, now I'm going to get a beer. Yell out if it tips out or something. Devastation. Total devastation. Oh, a long time. A long time. You'd be right, you know, if you top it up every, you know, couple of months, you're probably all right. Depends on your water. It's good if you can use, you know, filtered water. I just went to go and get a crystal clear Talus IPA, the one I've been loving lately. The keg just blew. Look at that. That must have been the gunk from the on the bottom of the keg. It didn't look like that. The keg just blew. Oh, it still smells good though. I wish I could drink it. uh, I am making an IPA. If you're in Melbourne, Jetty Road IPA, or in Australia. Like I've had a Star San bottle up there, but I just sort of top it up every now and then, you know. I might even top it up today with the Star San out of my fermenter. But I mean, it's only that much, you know. The only thing I said it before, don't make Star San stronger than it needs to be. Like, there's no point, and it'll rot all your plastic in your thingo anyway. But so I had to get a. Well, I got my house ale, but I put a little bit of my my 7% red IPA in the top. I haven't shared the recipe totally yet. It will be up in a week or so. But basically, it's about 5 kilo of ale malt, 330 grams of Munich, 110 grams of Cara Munich 2, and 110 grams of acidulated malt. And then about 4 grams of Magnum at 60, and then 35 grams of Equinaut and 35 grams of Eldorado and 35 grams of Mosaic in a hot whirlpool, and then about the same dry hopped again. My favourite kind of wine. So it's very much like my Talus. I don't know if you've seen my Talus recipe. The recipe and proper video will be up shortly. But if you message me later, and I can send you the recipe if you want to, like message me tomorrow or tonight somewhere, like not now, because I'm sitting in the brewery. But and I can send it to you if you like. Take it easy, Jake. Dinner time, mate. Get them fed. Get them fed, get them bathed, and get them to bed. What do you mean, as in disease-wise or weather-wise? It's sunny, but really, really windy. I reckon on the other side of the city it's probably raining. But we get the kids go back to school tomorrow, hopefully, so far, unless they change things. You never know what they're going to do. The house sale's beautiful, man. I'll go and get another one. It's actually, I end up doing it with lager, so it's a house lager, but house lager, half day. Um, yeah, and it was a really nice day today until about 2 or 3 hours ago. You hit the garage door. It was nice, but then it just got, yeah, shitty. Once I started talking about having to chill the beer and open up the garage door, it got really windy. Where's Hampton Park? Now, there we go. Should be looking at that rather than my fat guts. Not much to look at, though, is there? Bloody leaves. I can hear the leaves blowing in. I vacuumed this floor twice before the stream. I swept it first and then vacuumed it twice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I worked at the Dandenong once doing the Christmas show in the oval of the... Is it the... Yeah, that's a Dandenong. The bottom of the hill there. I'm using Brew 97 for this because that's what was in the recipe. I say, Carl, if you want the percentages so you can work it out, get a pen or something. Do people still use pens these days? It's about 90% Gladfield ale. I'm using ale. He used Cooper's Pale Ale malt, I think. I'm using Gladfield ale. And 6% Munich 1. And 2% acidulated and 2% Cara Munich 2. And the hops were pretty easy to remember because they were it was 0.16 grams per litre. That's 0.16 grams a litre at 60. And for the Whirlpool, it's 0.16, no, 1.6 grams for the Whirlpool of each hop per litre, 1.6 grams per litre. I know that's a bit confusing. The 60 minute is 0.16, the Whirlpool's 1.6 of each. And same with the dry hop. I sort of I changed the hops a tiny little bit. Not much though. Not enough to worry that anyone would ever notice, but just to round numbers off and things. The dry hop's the same, 0.16 grams per litre. I sort of dropped it a little bit for the Whirlpool to 35 grams each and upped it a little bit in the dry hop for 40 grams of each. Look, to be honest, Aiden, I do, but because they're lagers and you don't really add any hops at the end, or even if you do, you can just use any lager recipe for a no-chill. But I could throw you one. I can. I can't do it right now where I'm sitting, but if you send me a message later somewhere, I can for sure. Link for your high-tech flow control. All right, hang on. I just got to keep an eye on what's going on over there. eBay. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, it is, mate. Let me in. My eBay. How many times do I have to sign in a day? Selling, sold. Stop changing on me. Selling, sold. And it is specifics. Hang on. Copy. I haven't sold more, have I? No. I hope I've missed anyone. Don't think so. Hang on. Here it comes here. And I throw 2 in. Well, it says in there. I don't know what the Brewzillas are worth these days. I've had these ones for years. I think the 35 the litres around $300 or $400, I think, and the 65 litres about 650 or something like that. Well, if you want something like, you could use my hang on. I think I got it here. You could use the one I'm drinking now. Is really good. Oh, that was a double batch recipe, I think. So it's probably not in. It's probably not in. It's in bloody Brewfather. Yeah, it is. It's not. It's in not Brewfather. Beersmith. Shit. If I remember at the end of this, I'll send it to you. Just use an ale malt. I'd use an ale over a lager, unless you want it really, really lagery. Use an ale malt and just do 100% ale malt. Maybe throw a little bit of carapils in if you want, and then bitter it with at 60 with something that gets you to about 30 IBUs. 30 IBUs. Don't listen to these Hellas and that are ones that are 12 IBUs or whatever. It'll be like water. If you want it like an Aussie lager, bitter it up. 25, something like that. 25 IBUs at 60. And that's all you got to do with a no chill. Don't have to worry about anything else. So you might do, I don't know how strong you want it. You might do 5 kilo of grain. You might do, if you want carapils in there, 200 grams of carapils or something. Personally, me, I'd probably do like 4 grams of ale malt. I'd make it more like an ale, but then lager it. I'll probably do like 4 kilo of ale malt, and then some Munich, half a kilo to a kilo of Munich. And then if you want your carapils, you can throw in your 200 grams of carapils. Not really needed, but you could. That would do for the grain. And then you'd bitter it. Just grab a bittering hop. Doesn't really matter what one. You could get, depends what you're after. You go European or hop, or you could go, just a Warrior or a Magnum or something. Bitter it to about 25 IBUs, 25 to 30 IBUs, just with a 60-minute ad. Especially if you're no chilling, it's not going to matter. You can dry hop if you wanted to when you're fermenting. It's not much to them, really. Now I've just lost everything. Live stream. All right, so if you want to, yeah, well, you do it German style. Use Pilsner malt. How you going, Jerry? Use Pilsner malt. I'd still be throwing some Munich malt or something in there. Munich or Vienna, just a touch. And use SARS, yeah, SARS or, one of the halitos. Be fine. It's the same, same principle. There really isn't much to think about in them. I mean, they've got a reputation of being hard, and they can be hard to brew. But it's not so much. It's not really so much the brew. It's the ferment and how you look after them afterwards, because they're damaged by oxygen easily. And it's all the ferment. It's it's the ferment that people used to find hard as well. But we've got all the toys now. What's happening? Says. Yeah, that's what I reckon, Cloppy. That you need them up there. I think us Aussies are used to a bit of beer, so you need them up there. 25, I reckon, at least. If you're going 100% Pilsner, you might stop at 25. If you chuck in a little bit of Munich or something else, you can sort of push it a little bit more. We must be getting close. If I used, an under-modified traditional malt, I might. But for an Australian malt, I wouldn't bother. Australian or New Zealand malt, I wouldn't bother about a 90. I mean, you can always do it. But it's more important for those traditional European malts, especially if you're buying something traditional, because what it is, they contain more of the precursor to DMS. We must be getting close to full there. Must be. Can't see my Litre sticker. Oh, maybe that's what I saw one out on the ground the other day, and I went, I wonder what that's on. Oh no, mine's still on. We're at 22 or 23. I can't see with my glasses. With my glasses. Dark on the other side. Dark side of the moon. Oh no, we're only at 20. I'd expect it probably 22. I haven't actually. I rushed in a bit at the start. Oh, it's not feeling too bad. It's feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. I'm glad I backed it off because the start was a bit warm, but that's nice. That's nice. I could picture straight away. Whack it in my ferment fridge. G'day, Kevin. G'day, Aiden. Look, most of even like the European malts, they know what they're doing, the maltsters these days, so you don't really get it. But and it was mainly I saw a study once that said there's something in the European soil that's not really as much anywhere else, and that really gave a lot of the precursors in the old days to it. But most of the modern malts these days, it's not a necessity to do the 90-minute. But if you can and you want to, and it makes you feel good, go for it. Take it easy, John. Oh, well, that's a problem, isn't it? I couldn't do a 20-litre batch with a 90-minute boil unless I brewed it stronger and then added water halfway through, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Or topped it up halfway through the boil, but I could use the 65-litre and do a single batch and do 90 minutes without a problem. And like, you wouldn't get it perfect. It'd probably take 2 or 3 brews to dial in your system, because it's not as simple as adding half hour to your. It's not as simple. It doesn't quite work that way. The maths don't work that way, because you're evaporating when you're coming up to the boil and everything. So It'll take a brew or two to get your numbers in for the 90-minute boil, but it shouldn't take that long. Just making sure that's turned off, because what always happens with these things is you walk away and they start dripping. You think that you got all the beer out of them, the next minute there's a puddle on the floor. If people wanted to see how that whirlpool went, maybe. I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up or we're on the right camera or anything. Oh, look at that whirlpool. That hop cone. It's a bit, you can see it there. That's about, in the middle, it's at least 3 inches higher than the sides. At least 3 inches. That's what I tell the missus. That's a massive, massive hop cone. I'm not even going to, I know that I'm just going to sanitize my hands, not because of COVID, because of stuff. Was that John that asked about the, oh, now I'm touching my dirty mouse. Who asked about the Australian lager? Was that John? Was that how my one of the house lager turned out? House lager turned out. Or was it Ray? Might be Ray. I don't know. We'll go and get it in a sec. All right. You don't really need to see. As I said, I'm not going to take a temperature of this, which you would if you haven't done this much and you don't have the touch. I have the touch. I know that that's safe for the yeast. If it feels colder than your normal hands, it's safe. Especially here, it's winter and it's cold. So what am I doing? I'll put the I'll put the yeast in first. I'll get me off the camera because I'm. Hello, Adrian. How you going, mate? Fucking hell, I haven't seen you for a while. Sorry if I swear. You make me swear. How you going? Good to see you. Trying to remember your buddy. Oh, I had it then and now I've forgotten. Cranky. Wasn't it? Was it Cranky? I don't remember what your nickname was. Turn hose up. Thank you, Shane. Thank you. You reminded me. I did ask someone to remind me, and you've just reminded me. Have to open up the door. Things are going to blow over. Hold on to your hats. If the door openers going to work. Surprised it's worked so far today. Oh no. It's actually died properly now. There's no. Oh, there's a light there. Uh oh. Well, come on. You've been good today for everybody. Not been very good now. Went down, up. Been talking to my garage door. I'm a bit worried about that now. That really failed. Frank, bloody hell. Ah, all right, mate. Hang on. I'll just get this yeast in. I've just sanitised the scissors off camera so no one can see it. Hang on, where's the camera? Just in case this goes on the video. What's this camera got with the light lately? I think, doesn't matter. Stop freaking out. Since when did webcams have but can tell which the rotation angles or whatever. How can webcams know which way they're facing? We drop one in. Yep. Hope that fixed it. Just trying to get some of this. Not that it hurt, but I'm just getting a star fan out of a pickup tube. I could just push the thing out. That's enough. Oh no. Still on the foil stuck in the edge. Where did I put the top? No. Where did I put the top? Oh, let me have a sip of beer. Watch that pop off. Oh, I better find it and pop off. What did I do with it? I took it off just here, didn't I? There it is. And just for now, just in case, I'll whack that on it, but it's not going to happen now. All right, that's really done for the brew. You don't really need to see any more of that. I'll whack that in the fridge at probably, I don't know, what is this? What is this from in at? 18 or 19 degrees probably. 18.5, I think I said, just to go in the middle. All right, done, dusted in the fermenter. All right, we didn't drop one frame today. It's amazing. Cheers.